It is now 9:10, Thursday, December 11, 2025, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. We look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, and the public today on several important topics, including best practices for juvenile facility visitation guidelines, updates from probation's IDC or intake, detention and control unit, juvenile field services, adult field services. We'll also be discussing and taking action on several POC reports, including our annual report, inspections of Los Padrinos, Afterball, and Rocky, and report back from the probation department on the board's June 2025 motion to care with pride. We have several panelists joining us today here in person and virtually.
Yes.
Let's get started. I will turn over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she will call the roll.
Good morning. Thank you to everybody who battled the crazy LA traffic to get here in person today, and all of you who are joining virtually on WebEx and listening on YouTube. As always, we really look forward to your participation in our meeting today. We welcome your comments in writing or live. There will be an opportunity for public comment on every agenda item and at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. The way it's going to work is Chair Mundo will introduce the item, we'll hear any presentation there is to be heard, the commission will discuss the item, and then we'll take public comment before any action is taken. If there are more people that want to participate than we have time for, which I don't predict will happen today, we will consider scheduling additional town halls for specific issues. Actually, we are considering scheduling additional town halls for specific issues, and I'll talk more about that later. As a reminder, please remember, especially for panelists, but also when you're speaking in person here in the microphone, to speak directly into the microphone so that our virtual attendees can hear you clearly. I'd like to ask for you to help me with the facilitation of the meeting by stopping your comments immediately when your time ends so I don't have to interrupt you, making sure your public comment relates to the subject matter, and remaining respectful of each other and the forum. If you have a comment you want to make that's not about any of the agenda items, we welcome that during our general public comment at the end of the meeting. It's easy to participate. If you're here in person, just come up to the podium. If you have joined via WebEx or the telephone, please use the raise your hand icon, which is the little hand at the bottom of the page. And if you're calling in, you need to dial *3 on the phone. That will activate the raise hand feature for us, and we'll call you with your phone number. When we call you, you may need to unmute yourself by clicking the microphone button or on your phone dialing *6. If you have any technical questions or can't find the hand icon, send a chat to the host and we will make sure that we can hear your public comment. All commenters will have 2 minutes today unless the chair determines otherwise. If you wish to make your comment in writing, and many of you already have, and thank you, we've posted those to the agenda, please send us an email at info@poc.lacounty.gov. Please do not send your public comment in the chat. Only the host, the POC staff will see it. It will not be logged as public comment, and the chat function does not comport with our Brown Act responsibilities. If you're here in person and you need any accommodations, please see Janae, Sarah, or Jennifer in the back and side of the room. Our meeting is being broadcast live today to our YouTube channel, but there is no engagement with users on YouTube. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. There are lots of live meetings, recaps, and recordings, and you can also follow our social media on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky at LA County POC for more information and to share the information with others. Buenos días, bienvenidos. Ya hemos iniciado la reunión aquí y además virtualmente por WebEx. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano que está en la parte baja de su pantalla. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer una pregunta o hacer un comentario público, presione *3 y le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia en vivo por YouTube, no puede participar, tiene que conectarse vía WebEx y la información está en nuestra página de web. Si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, le daremos el doble del tiempo y podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que prefiere hacer su comentario en español. I'm now going to call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Dolores Canales?
Here.
Commissioner Brooke Harris? Commissioner Ishay Jackson, we are expecting shortly. Commissioner Millie Kakani? Commissioner Don Meredith, we're also expecting shortly. Commissioner Sam Prater, expecting. Commissioner Tyreek Ship, Commissioner Diane Terry, and Chair Eduardo Mundo.
Here.
So with 6 commissioners present and 3 on their way, we have quorum, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the November 17th special meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for this item?
No.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of November 17th?
To approve.
Thank you. May I have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Canales and second by Commissioner Kakani. Are there any changes to the minutes?
I noted that I actually believe I abstained from approving the October minutes because I was not present at that
Thank you.
meeting, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other changes or comments? Okay, commissioners, vote with a voice vote. Accept?
Aye.
Aye. Good. Motion carries. Now, are we gonna go to item 6?
It's really up to you.
So, but
We're ready to go. Right, but we're ready to go on this one now.
I mean, okay.
So we
item
can just
number 6.
stay, we can just stay the regular.
Oh, good,
regular
good.
business.
Sorry about that. Okay, we are going to move to agenda item number 3. We will discuss and take possible action on a presentation from the California Office of Youth and Community Restoration, known as OYCR, on best practices and model visitation guidelines / policies for Los Angeles County Juvenile, such as Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall and Barry J. Nerdoff Secure Youth Treatment Facility. Acting Chief Deputy Robert Arcos, thank you for joining us today. Dr. Gongora is here to answer any questions about the POC's Visitation Inspections Report of Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall and Barry J. Nerdoff Secure Youth Treatment Facility, which has been attached to today's agenda. Let's hear OYCR's presentation first, and then we will give the floor to Acting Chief Deputy Arcos to present the improvements made to date and plans for future improvements. Presenting for OYCR today are, for that session are Alyssa Hartz, Cole Lancaster, Fatima Pandy, Annie Selchich, and Mark Varela.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elisa Hartz. I'm the ombudsperson for the Office of Youth.
Elisa, just right.
Like, hold it, okay. Is that better? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elisa Hartz. I'm the ombudsperson for the Office of Youth and Community Restoration in the California Health and Human Services Agency. I'm here with colleagues who I will introduce in one moment. We're here on the topic of family visitation practices in LA County Probation Department facilities. This conversation started when we sent a findings letter to the Department of Probation on June 5th relating to some issues that we had substantiated around family visitation. In that letter, we offered technical assistance, and we also referred the matter to other bodies, including this Probation Oversight Commission, which invited us to present on August 14th. At that time, we reiterated our offer of technical assistance on family visitation issues, and Deputy Director Arcos accepted that invitation. Since that time, we've been working with the department. We put together a team of technical assistance experts, including our own Cole Lancaster, who's the OYCR Family Engagement Specialist, and working with the Just Solve consultants, OYCR consultants, which includes national experts on family visitation, as well as expertise in California probation practices. Mark Varela was the chief probation officer in Ventura County for many years, and And online, we have Annie Salsich from, who's a Just Self consultant, who is a national expert in this area. So we, in addition to the many meetings with Deputy Director Arcos on visitation issues, we also prepared a memorandum, which is included in today's materials, which provides some, at their request, some model visitation policy language that can be adopted for to improve the visitation practices and climate in the county. So with that, I will turn it over to Cole Lancaster to give an overview of those recommendations.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. As was Elise pointed out, my name is Cole Lancaster. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist with the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, OYCR. For those not familiar, OYCR is the state agency responsible for identifying and sharing best practices and providing technical assistance to achieve the best outcomes for youth in the justice system. One of the many areas of technical assistance we look at is family engagement, what it is, why it's important, and how to center youth and family in policies, practices, and culture throughout the system. We work to ensure youth have access to their loved ones and to include youth natural support systems in their rehabilitation process. We're happy to be providing technical assistance to the Los Angeles Probation Department regarding visitation practices and policies within LA juvenile justice facilities. We've had multiple positive and productive conversations with the Probation Oversight Committee, as well as the LA Probation themselves, particularly Acting Deputy Chief of Operations Robert Arcos, concerning this topic. So as part of this work, as Elisa mentioned, we were asked to provide some model visitation policy language. On November 21st, OYCR Ombudsperson Elisa Hart sent that to Acting Chief of Operations Arcos, a memo in response to that, containing that model visitation policy language. As mentioned, that memo is available on the agenda today, so I won't be going over it in full. However, I will just be providing a brief overview of and context for that memo. So moving on to what informed the model policy language. Thank you very much. First and foremost is based on research on the efficacy of focusing on family engagement and visitation, which overwhelmingly shows that contact with family is crucial for youth success, and I'll say more about that in a moment. This model language is also based on vetted standards for visitation, nationally respected and newly revised standards on youth confinement from the Juvenile Justice Advocates International Organization, as well as Title 15, particularly newly proposed but not yet adopted language around visitation. Lastly, this model language was based on on-the-ground practice and lessons learned from across the country. Working with a team of consultants from JustSolve, we have tapped into expertise of national leaders who run justice systems in New York City, DC, Houston, St. Louis, and others to compare visitation policies and practices in similar areas. We've also researched the visitation policies and practices of every county probation department across California, as well as visited a number of county facilities themselves to identify what's working well in other California counties in regards to visitation, as well as how they address common visitation concerns such as contraband. So next slide, please. So why is visitation important in the first place? Family engagement, including visitation, is both an effective strategy and an important value. The overarching foundation for the development of this model policy language and the main reason we at OYCR focus on family engagement is that research and national best practices show that engaging families and community support is not just a moral value, but an effective rehabilitation strategy that leads to both better outcomes for young people, families, and the community. Family engagement can be defined as when a youth's family is meaningfully involved in the rehabilitation process. This includes a broad definition of family that's not limited to biological or legal relatives and defined by the youth themselves. So to sum up, family is a youth's natural support system, and even the best systemic supports and resources are temporary. So if we want youth to succeed after they re-enter the community, it's imperative that these strong connections are fostered. So visitation is a key part of that family engagement. Visitation is the primary way that you stay connected to their loved ones while in facility. and regular visits between youth and youth in juvenile justice facilities and their families and other important people in their lives have been found to both help decrease behavioral incidents in facilities and help improve a number of outcomes, including educational outcomes, institutional adjustment, psychological well-being, participation in programming, parent-child relationships, and likelihood of reentry success. So in the memo, we provided model policy language for 5 sections for stating a policy's purpose, outlining proposed visitation rights, establishing visitation procedures, setting communication standards with family, and brief special protections considerations. We hope this model policy can serve as a reference for LA probation for policies that would best serve the needs of youth and families. So the model visitation language begins with a clear purpose statement that communicates a commitment to family inclusion. The purpose of effective visitation policy is stated to be maximize opportunities for youth to maintain family and community connections. Because visitation is critically important to youth success, it's imperative to both reduce visitor denials and address barriers to visitation that might limit visitors being able to come to facilities. It's also important to honor the importance of family and community connections, incorporating the previously mentioned broad definition of family, and to not just allow but actively encourage as much visitation as possible, including special visits and events. And we also want to facilitate genuine and meaningful interactions between youth and visitors. An effective policy will also provide guidance to help comply with visitation requirements in California's Title 15. This is to help facilities stay ahead of updated standards that are likely going to include additional regulations regarding visitation soon. This language is also informed by the National Conditions of Youth Confinement Facility Standards, as I previously mentioned, in order to help facilities align with established best practices in the field. Of course, the top priority of effective policy is to prioritize the safety of youth, family, and staff in the facilities. However, importantly, the language we provide excludes restrictions that don't serve a critical and identifiable security purpose. Such policy would promote safe reentry, reduce recidivism, and increase youth achievement. Effective policy will also highlight visitation as a crucial right for all youth and facilities and highlight how to maximize the positive effects of visitation. Speaking on access, the model language outlines who can visit youth and facilities, which includes parents, guardians, persons standing in loco parentis, siblings, children of youth, extended family members, and other important people in their lives. Language also just covers the frequency, duration, and number of visitors in order to maximize opportunities for youth to see their loved ones. It also discusses physical contact with visitors. Allowing for appropriate physical contact is crucial for positive mental health outcomes and less violent behavior in youth. Lastly, language covering visitation activities, as well as fostering meaningful interaction between youth and visitors through appropriate activities such as private conversations, group activities, and cultural and/or religious activities. Moving on, the model policy language also covered procedures. For youth placed in facilities, visitation procedures dictate what is often their only opportunity to see their loved ones. It is therefore crucial that these procedures encourage visitation and foster meaningful family engagement while also preserving the security of facilities. We provided language on special visits, giving families a variety of opportunities to engage with youth outside of regular visitation hours, helps to address practical barriers that often prevent regular visitation. Also discussed alternative visitation, specifically virtual visitation, in order to supplement regular visitation with these virtual visitation opportunities to help visitors who are unable to travel to the facility. It also discusses professional and volunteer visits, which allow youth to see important professionals whenever they're needed without impacting visitation with loved ones. Also discussing visitor identification, allowing a variety of identification methods to ensure that no youth is denied visitation due to a visitor's economic situation or immigration status. Moving on to the language also discusses security. Most importantly, the security measures should accurately prevent real threats without denying visitors that do not have contraband or otherwise present a direct threat to security. We also discussed the visitation environment, outlining visitation spaces and staff behavior that foster genuine connection between visitors and youth. Lastly, we put language that established a brief and common sense dress code that both ensures a safe environment while also preserving visitor comfort and self-expression. The most important thing about this dress code is that staff shall only, the proposed dress code is that staff only deny visitation due to dress code as a last resort and work to resolve dress code issues collaboratively with visitors. We also proposed policy language focusing on establishing open and frequent communication between probation and a youth's family. This proposed language tasks staff with regularly initiating communication with family members to both plan visitation and seek their input on making decisions that affect the youth. This is especially important in support of SYTF youth who are separated from their families for an extended period of time. We also put in language that cites protections and considerations that demonstrates respect for youth and family members. It's important to both express a commitment to and actions towards transparency, non-discrimination, and staff development. This works to show both a high standard of care as well as a commitment to youth and family and their family members. Both of these points are essential for quality family engagement. Lastly, I wanted to highlight organizational culture. Authentic family engagement will only be possible and sustained if it is embedded in both the policy and culture of an organization. Good policy is only part of what is needed for successful family engagement through visitation. Organizational culture can be understood as the way an organization is experienced by its staff and those it serves. The shared norms, values, and behaviors that staff exhibit towards family members. This includes the way that written policies are implemented, as well as the way staff speak to visiting families. There's a saying that culture eats policy every time. This means that a jurisdiction can put in place a perfectly crafted policy, but if the culture of the organization itself doesn't recognize the importance of visitation and other family engagement, then the policy is ultimately limited in its effectiveness. So I think that wraps it up for me. We at OACR are hopeful that this work with LA Probation will promote visitation practices that both maintain facility security and promote family engagement. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
So we're happy to take questions or pass the mic to Deputy Director Arcos to respond, whatever.
Pass the mic, yes.
Okay. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. And I want to, on behalf of the department, first and foremost, thank the OYCR team with the Ombudsperson, Alyssa Hartz, Mark Varela, Cole Lancaster, and Andy Salsich. From the inception of our meetings, we were completely engaged in the process of trying to recognize and identify best practices and how we can improve our visitation practices and policies within LA County Probation. The makeup and the composition of the team that Alyssa put forth was extraordinary. They have great experiences and a number of examples from previous contacts throughout the state and the nation, quite frankly. So I felt very fortunate to work closely with this team. They were very responsive along the way. And I think we've gotten to a point now where we have taken their memorandum, we have embedded it into our draft policy, and the work begins. This past Monday, our committee met. We will meet the next couple of Mondays before we have to break for the holidays, and then have a number of follow-up meetings with OYCR on our progress. We also plan on engaging commissionership in the policy meetings as well for his feedback and comments, and continue to work very closely with both our external and internal stakeholders involved in this process. I think Cole made a really great point in the slide presentation about visitation being embedded in policy. We could not agree more with that, but also what is more important is culture and the importance of culture buying in and engaging in the policy. And from the makeup of our committee, which represents every one of our facilities throughout LA County Probation, I was very impressed with the attitude and the approach to our initial meeting, along with giving them some context on how we arrived at this point through our meetings with OYCR. So I think we have an incredible roadmap made for us to follow and continue the work ahead. A few things I want to also just brief onto the commission. It's more than just the policy itself. It's also the practices and procedures that we align with the policy. Some of the things that we have discussed before about having the ability to have clothing available at our locations. We have identified a nonprofit who's willing to work with us. Within 2 weeks, they're going to come and pilot an opportunity at Los Padrinos. It's not something that they normally do, but they are in the business of distributing clothing. So we'll take a look at that to see if that works. We're continuing to work on the concept around a family or parental advocate or an ambassador, as we discussed before. We're working closely with a number of LA County partners who may be able to help facilitate that as well. We're also looking at our own processes from the onset, working with intake and admissions about how parents are first notified and what they are given. Is it consistent with the language? So they have all of their questions asked ahead of time. We feel that's where we have fallen down in most places. There's not enough information is getting out on the front end. So we're going to make sure that all of that information is also embedded in that process of intake and admissions. Also want to very closely work with our partners at the Alternate Public Defender and Public Defender's Office, so they have the information, as well as our court officers, because a lot of those questions come up in court as well. We have engaged our communications manager, director, Vicki Waters, on the redesign of our website and how we are going to build out a video that basically does a step-by-step process of a visitation in the website, as well as FAQs on the website, social media vignettes also for visitation, and also our telephone line to be done in English and Spanish, and also for us to make sure that we can also update the phone lines when we have changes in visitation for whatever reason. There's a significant event or an incident that occurs and visitation has to be canceled. We want to make sure to get families the information right away. So with that, also, can I also take some questions? But I also want to take this time also to thank Commissioner Canales for joining us at Barry J. Nydorf this past Saturday at our Sip and Paint. It was also an opportunity for both of us to witness some visitation that was occurring, and really was a great feeling, I think, for myself personally, of watching the Sip and Paint event go on, where there was contact allowed at that visitation. And then some things that were happening on the opposite end with our juvenile hall at Barry J on things that we can do better. So a number of things are identified from this, and I'll continue to be present at both of our facilities, LP and Barry J, as well as the camps, to ensure that we are not just waiting for the policy to get done, but we're already starting to make some improvements that make the visits as meaningful and as special as possible. So then I'll take questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Chief Arcos. Before I ask for questions and comments, be mindful, we have a lot of data to go through today with our agenda, so let's get the most pointed questions in. That being said, who'll be first? Commissioner Harris.
I just want to thank the ombudsperson for kicking off this process by sitting at LP and doing a weekend of visitation and bringing the issue up. I think that's really great, and I appreciate the department and the POC for everybody just jumping in on this. So this is really heartening to read in a quick amount of time. So that's great news. Mr. Arcos, a couple of specific questions for you. The recommendations are now with a committee in probation. Do you have, I know you said you're going to continue to meet on Mondays. Once the policy is written and drafted, what's going to happen with that? And ultimately, you know, are you going to share that back with OICR? And, you know, what will happen specifically with the process? That's my first question. My second question is, for visits under 18, I know for a long time it's been sort of special, like, and court approved. And are you going to have a plan to work with the courts so that some of the values that, you know, the values that are in this TA brief are going to come to play, and everybody, you know, that it's not going to be a problem in implementation?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll start with the latter on that, Commissioner Harris. I think we agree with that. We agree with siblings and those that are under 18, and it was in the recommendation from OICR. So how we can work through that as well to make those available and not just call those specials as well. So that is definitely within the working group. To the first question, you know, I believe we're going to really lean on commissionership as your representative from the commission to be that point for us. And also we're going to, we're not disengaging at all with OICR. They're going to be an integral part going forward. We just had our inaugural meeting, but again, I was very, very impressed and pleased with the makeup of the men and women from the probation department who've been doing this for quite a bit. And so I think we are much farther along than I expected for day one of the meeting. So by meeting two, I want to have a call with the team from OICR to give them some feedback on that. And then I'm hoping by meeting three that we can engage commissionership to greet the committee and talk a little bit about their expectations as well, and how we continue to shape and make this, again, something that becomes, quite frankly, a national best practice for everyone else.
Just a related or a similar question, the idea of the special visits happening on, or any visits happening on like the typical visiting days, which tend to be the weekends, how feasible is that for you all to implement a recommendation like that? Because I know there's, you know, staffing constraints. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that is the work ahead, Commissioner, is there are varying degrees of the population of the visitation. For instance, sometimes we get upwards in between 75 to 80 parents alone for a camp visit. So that would kind of add to the logistical needs around that for safety and security. But I think, again, it is something that we feel that if there's a number of discussions that are put in place in the front end of this of the design, that we can make it work. And I think we won't be sure until we start kind of scripting it out and crafting it out. But it will also be done in a way that does not have to inhibit or create artificial barriers around the visit. That some of the criticism that we received, again, have been that we're too in close proximity and kind of make it uncomfortable for people to relax and have a good visit. So those things we want to make sure that we don't, I don't use this word a little loosely here, but that we don't suffocate the visit, but we also have good security measures in place where it is still meaningful to the parents and the siblings, the family members who are there visiting. But I hear you loud and clear. We want to make that happen any way we can. We know we're dealing with those staffing issues, but I believe that there is definitely very open feelings about making these things happen.
Commissioner Canales?
Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation. And what I'm wondering is the SEOs are often the first ones that have encounters with the visitors coming in, but we just say probation, but like I know at Barry J, it's the SEOs that are out there Will they be part of like the training and attempting to adopt a culture of customer service? And then a lot of times the visitor doesn't know. No, I was just there. I seen it. Armando, you're looking confused at me and then you go.
No, no, I'm just listening to you.
Okay. Do you have a question?
No, I'm listening to your
Okay.
question.
So, and oftentimes people will say like, oh, probation, stopped me or messed with me or whatever. For instance, the paint and sip that we just attended at Barry J, it was amazing. And I really appreciate all the work Director Newble put into it and going out there and making sure that visitors didn't have a problem. But there was one SEO that seemed to be a little bit frustrated with one of the older visitors. And everything worked itself out, but that wasn't even probation. So I think that the SEOs also need to be a part of the conversation, part of the training and the implementation as well. And the meetings that you're going to be having, are commissioners allowed to go to those meetings, the update meetings on Mondays?
Well, we were told to use Commissioner Shipp as our point. Again, I'll defer to him as your representative, and we certainly would not turn away any other additional input from any of the commissioners, but respectfully have been asked to work with Commissioner Shipp, and that's who I'll continue to work with and work that. And Commissioner, I'm not trying to, I don't want to make sure I'm correcting you on that, but at Barry J, there's the SEO are part of probation. It's the special enforcement officers that work for probation, but you might also be referring to the SSS, the safety and security specialists, who are as needed workers.
That's what I knew something was on Eduardo's
Okay.
mind, so that's why I was like,
Okay.
what? Say it. What if I? Okay, thank you. The ones that are dressed in black.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, that's who I'm referring to, the dressed in black gentlemen.
So they're safety security specialists or as needed employees, but they are probation employees. And yes, they'll be part of the process as well. And, quite frankly, one of the designs of using safety and security specialists at Los Padrinos and Barry J was to really engage them as ambassadors, because there's a lot of conflict both with external and our own staff dealing with City Guard, our contracted security. And we need somebody to get in the front end to kind of mediate any misrepresentation of the policy about what's coming in, what can't come in. So, but to answer your question very quickly, yes, that will be part and expected to be embedded in this culture of making this a very enjoyable experience for anybody coming into our facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shipp, followed by Commissioner Kokani.
Yeah, thank you. I don't really have a question, more so just a recommendation. I'm gonna get a little boring, gonna get a little nerdish in here, but organizational culture literacy often speaks about changing organizational culture. And one of the biggest things that it talks about is monitoring and making sure that once you change this culture, it is something that is kept. So my recommendation to you is that not only should you just monitor this and hopefully have your team meet milestones, but also I think you also can give ownership to parts of your team. I think the staff would take that on well, and I think ownership tends to make people buy into it a little more. So my recommendation is to monitor and also give ownership to some of the staff inside of the facilities.
Commissioner Kokani.
Just wondering if there's a timeline that you all have established for a final policy that like the POC as a whole can review or react to. I know that commissionership, there was a visitation kind of subcommittee and is leading that, but I think it would be helpful if there was a final document that folks could look at.
Yeah, I wanted to say that as I mentioned previously, I think the first meeting was much more engaging, and I think there's a lot of understanding about the course and process that we're going to go through. So I mentioned at the last presentation that I was trying to get something done, hopefully by the first quarter, but I think we're much more ahead of that now. I'd like to give you something in January
Okay.
to take a look at. Hopefully that goes with what OYCR's feedback is and what Commissioner Shipp's feedback and your own feedback is on how we're progressing through this policy. But I'm much more optimistic than I was at the last meeting.
That's amazing. And I did just want to lift up one thing. I mean, this is, it's a media document that maybe folks didn't have like the public didn't have the full opportunity to read, but I really just appreciate this piece in section 5 on security, which is that sniffer and detector dogs are not advised, and if used, shall not be the reason alone that a visitor is denied. And there's a site that talks about kind of the biases and the inaccuracy, despite the fact that in like lab testing, these dogs are 90% of the time accurate, but in the real world, that's not necessarily how it plays out. So I really hope that there is special attention paid, excuse me, to the way that dogs are used, just because I think they are a significant barrier to people being able to access the young folks that they love. And there isn't really much process around that.
Yeah, we agree with you that, Commissioner, and I want to just also let you know how we led our first meeting was with this comment, is that it is our responsibility, meaning the probation department, it is our responsibility to facilitate a visit. So we need to be problem solvers. We have to figure out every way we possibly can to make that visit happen. So that is how we opened up the meeting, and I had complete acknowledgement and buy-in from our team on that. Okay.
Any other questions? So I have a question for Mr. Lancaster. You mentioned the term local parente. How does that look up and down the state, not only with the pre-dispo juvenile halls or any other facilities? Is that a court order that facilitates who can come in? That's not a direct bloodline or the mother or the father? How does that look?
I might start if that's okay. So Title 15 specifies that the facility administrator can approve visitors to visit a young person regardless of who they are. It lists certain categories, and so it really gives a lot of discretion to the facility administrator. There are some departments that require a court order for non-parents or guardians, but it's unusual, and it's certainly permitted by Title 15 to allow a facility administrator to, and they usually work with probation officers, the local probation officers, to ensure that they're identifying young or adults who are positive influences on a young person. And so it's really a youth-specific determination about who is a supportive adult in that young person's life. But the facility has a lot of discretion to do so, at least under Title 15.
Up and down the state, do you see it in practice?
Yes. Yes,
And-
this is one of the only departments that appears to always require a court order.
So, Chief Arcos, I'll just piggyback on that question. Is that something that the department is looking at to kind of just get an idea of what we can do with that?
Yeah, it's definitely in our conversation with OYCR ahead of time. So we have already put that down on our draft about working through that. But it's I'm sure there are other stakeholders will have to engage on that as well. But we definitely are committed to making those things happen.
Thank you. Yes,
Mark.
Mr. Brella.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you. A little bit about my background. I'm a consultant right now for Just Solve, working in support of this particular assignment with OYCR. But prior to retiring and becoming a consultant, I was a probation officer in Ventura County for 34 years. The last 13 was as the chief probation officer. And so many years in my career were working in juvenile custodial facilities. And one thing I can tell you is that the support team for a particular youth looks a little bit different from youth to youth. And the probation staff, they do a deep dive into each case. And if there are behavioral health folks that are working with the youth, or education folks working with the youth, we do a good job of identifying what this team is. And we understand that we can't underestimate the impact of caring adults in a youth's life. And it could look a little different. It could involve an athletic coach. It could involve a neighbor. It could involve an uncle. It's not necessarily fall in the category of parents, guardians. So it's up to the department to identify what the support team is going to look like. And we all know that if a youth has a stronger support team, when they transition into the community, the chances of success when they go back into the community is greatly increased. So it's imperative that those teams and those support groups are identified, they're incorporated into a youth commitment while they're in a custodial facility. And they're part of that team once the youth transitions out. It's so important. And facilities now, because with the closure of our state facilities, the SYTF youth are going to be in local custody, and the responsibility of the locals now to make sure that reentry plans are done and youth have that support system once they transition back out in the community. So it is vital that facilities become that hub, that preparation center or transition centers to prepare youth for that transition out in the community. So important. And I just want to make a point that these support teams look different depending on the kid.
Thank you. Wendy, do we have any live public comment or written?
No written public comment so far. If you want to submit written public comment, send it to info@poc.lacounty.gov. But please use the raise your hand function or dial *3 if you want to give public comment. And as people are approaching the podium, I just want to say some words of gratitude to OYCR and the probation department for really taking the initiative to do this work without a mandate from the Probation Oversight Commission or the board, but doing it on your own. It's really exciting to watch that happen. To Sarah and Jennifer, who helped write and draft the visitation recommendations that are attached to the agenda that were very positively received by the department as well last month, to the policy committee, and most importantly, to the parents who talked to us about this. There are parents who have very bravely given public comment at these meetings, who've talked to us individually, who've shared their concerns. It's the reason why we were able to bring this up, and we couldn't do this without you. So thank you to the parents of young people in the facilities for bringing this to our attention. Kevin, welcome. Good morning. You can get us started. I think the clock is working.
Thank you. President, that I believe that if you believe that we have so many agenda to go over today, I mean, probably you should extend the time of the meeting. Maybe you should make an additional meeting. But I believe that trying to rush every commissioner make their question short and quick is not the correct way to do, because every single decision you are making today impact trillions of lives in Los Angeles County alone. So talking about, I just heard that from that young lady right there talking about the Title 15 is very concerning, because all of the presentation, everybody are super optimistic, focusing on the positive side of the visitation policy. And then LAPD Chief Michael Moore said sometimes, you know, you need to watch the both sides. Sometimes you need to watch all sides of the story, because I'm not hearing much about the negative consequences of visitation. For example, that I grew up in a criminal family. Everybody in my city, in my neighborhood, we are all professional criminals. That I understand that a negative criminal parents have a lifelong impact on their kids. So certain parents that probably can make a positive impact after the visitation, but certain parents absolutely make the kids much worse, even worse, every time they visit. How can you guarantee every single visitation turn out to be a positive impact? I disagree with you. I disagree with your assumption. So I want to make sure that we have some boundaries, we have some certain evaluation policies, because like the lady said, Title 15 basically give you all of the discretionary power that you need to allow whoever wants to visit. So I just want to let you know, maybe you never thought about that certain parents does not have positive impact after visitation. They possibly have a negative impact. So.
Good morning, Helen.
Good morning, everyone. Helen Eigenberg. I just want to thank POC, OICR, Probation, Chief Arcos, for putting this on everyone's radar and addressing this visitation. I think we can all agree how important it is for families to have access to their kids, for kids to access their families. Just two quick things. I'm never going to stop advocating for hugs. Every kid will mention this. It's a basic human need. So it was brought up by the OACR. We need to not give up on this. And the other thing is, and I don't know if it was mentioned this morning, but making sure parents, it's easy and clear for them to understand if they're not able to get to a facility. It's not just Kilpatrick that folks have a hard time getting to. Folks can have a hard time getting to Silmar, or to Los Padrinos. So is it gas cards? Is it a lift? I think it needs to be super. I sit in court too much to hear, families mention they don't know what to do, how to get to court, or a judge will give a court order and they're still not able to get to court. So I would just love to put that on everyone's radar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello and good morning. My name is Dominique Porter. I'm here with the ARC, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I wanted to give a little of my personal experience in visiting. I used to be incarcerated and I've had trouble visiting with my family and positive people who were peers to me. Being in there, we are limited to just family, mom, dad, immediate family, stuff like that. But I also had coaches, teachers, positive people that I needed to be in contact with that motivated me to do better in those facilities. So with that being said, I just would like to see more of that opportunity open up to the people who have positive peers in there, because one voice to that one person can mean a lot. They can carry that one sense of motivation the rest of their life. Like someone said earlier, you never know if they have a negative household or the parents are not really the best influences for them. So it just gives more opportunity for those other people who are positive influences to be there for the people like they want to. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominique. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ruby Lazarga. I'm from the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just wanted to reiterate what one of our members just said, that family visitation is one of the most powerful tools that we have to support rehabilitation, and regular contact with loved ones reduces behavioral incidents inside facilities. It supports youth mental health, it improves school engagement, strengthens family relationships, and dramatically increases the chances of success when a young person returns home. So when we make visitation confusing and inconsistent and humiliating, we're not just inconveniencing families, we're actively undermining the goals of safety, healing, and rehabilitation. Thank you.
You can begin.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Andrew Mandujano with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just want to talk about my experience from visiting. My mother had trouble every weekend trying to get to Visitation, to Silmar, to Pine Grove, to DJJ, to County Jail. It has always been a problem for parents. I remember my mom getting a ride for someone that she met at Visitation, another youth's mother, who would pick my mom up and say, "No worries, it's okay. I'll pick you up to go see your son. I'm already going that way." And I remember how I felt every time my mom left that Visitation. Seeing my mom walk out with tears on her face kind of made me want to change every single time I seen her. It brought a little hope inside that one day, I would be out and I wouldn't put my mother through this. But anything we could do to help Visitation, like they said, gas cards, Ubers, monthly visits where, how we could collaborate to maybe once a month, see how we could transport parents to visitate their children. Thank you.
Hello. Just more question, just to clarify, is it us that approve the visitors or does the court approve the visitors? For some reason, I was thinking that the court, they have to be approved by the courts before they enter. And also, as the gentleman up here was saying, we do got to look at the other side. I heard the gentleman up here before come and talk. He has a positive experience when it comes to visitation, but not every experience is positive. Not every experience is going to go a certain way. Just last week, I'm hearing that we caught a parent bringing drugs in. How are we going to look at those type of situations? If now we're let friends or other influences in their lives into the building as well. So, I don't have an issue with, coaches or positive influences coming in to see the kids. I do not have a problem with that at all. But we do have to look at if they are bringing something in or they get caught bringing something in, how are we going to deal with that as well? Thank you.
My name is Charles Emery Walden. I'm here in support of ARC. I'm a man that did 48 years in prison and some change on a 13-year, 25-day sentence term. Discretion caused that. We need qualified discretion. We need legal, lawful discretion. When we leave it to the word discretion, we have made it meaningless. We need to change that word. I spent 48 years in prison and some change. Honorably discharged U.S. Marine, never been in prison in trouble a day in my life. Because in the opinion, not legal qualified opinion, of the Board of Prison Terms, I was a threat to society. I remained in prison. Nobody checked. Nobody did nothing. Qualify that discretion. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we have a number of online commenters. We will start with Tahita Shakur. Good morning, Tahita.
Okay.
You can begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Shakur, and I'm with Youth Justice Coalition. In my outreach work, I've met countless parents who travel long distance to visit their children in the halls, only to be turned away for reasons that should never keep a family apart, like spaghetti straps, the quote unquote wrong color shirt, visible tattoos, leggings, flip flops, or simply because a probation officer felt like giving them a hard time. These constantly shifting rules punish families, not protect young people. I'm here today in strong support of the Probation Oversight Commission taking a serious look at these harmful visitation policies and creating meaningful alternatives. Young people deserve consistent access to their parents, their families, and their communities. It is unacceptable when they don't have that. If probation is already one of the biggest threats to young people's well-being, it becomes even more critical that they maintain relationships with the people who love them. Reunification is hard enough. We should not make it harder by denying a young person their basic right to family connection. I urge this commission to strengthen visitation policies so every young person can maintain the support system they need to heal, grow, and come home. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to call-in user number 5. Your number starts with 323. You may have to dial, now I can't remember, *6. I've only been doing this for 5 years. *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can begin.
Great. Hi, my name is Emily Zamora. I'm the Policy and Campaigns Coordinator with Youth Justice Coalition. As the holidays approach and our beloveds still find themselves in isolating cells with LA County Juvenile Halls, I want to uplift the importance of our youth having their visitation rights protected and expanded on. Everyone deserves to be surrounded by their loved ones and embrace those closest to us, and our youth are no exception. The current conditions surrounding visitation, simply put, are arbitrary and harmful to not only the young people inside of the halls, but their loved ones outside who want nothing more than to be supportive and to be by their side. Instead, families who travel long distances for visitations are turned away for little to no reason, similar to what Tahita had just said, spaghetti straps, having the quote-unquote wrong color, having these dogs smelling people that 90% of the time are supposed to be accurate but are not actually accurate. I mean, these are things that we've literally heard throughout the presentation. So with that being said, I urge the Probation Oversight Commission to support the community's needs in improving and protecting visitation policies. It's vital for our young people inside to feel and be loved, supported, and connected. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Amari Wallace. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Amari, can you hear me? And unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Did I say it right? Is it Amari?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, welcome. Good morning. Please
Okay.
proceed with your comments.
Okay. Hello, everyone. She said, my name is Imari Wallace. I'm 18 years old. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. Thank you for letting me be here today. What's happening in our juvenile justice system really matters. We need to talk about visitation rules in the intake screening process. Right now, the system makes it really hard for kids to stay connected with their families. And that connection is something that every young person needs. We also seen kids we recommended to detention without having a real look at what they need. Instead of making detention the default, we should consider better options, things that can help kids, not punish them. To add on the conditions inside of the halls, the recent inspection shows things that are honestly heartbreaking, unsafe situations, and barely any health support. These are kids. They shouldn't be put in a worsening place. They should be that makes their trauma worse. They should be somewhere that gives them a chance to grow and turn things around. People People need a system that actually helps young people, not one that sets them back even more. Rehabilitation should be the goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final commenter will be Lena Mallet. Lena, you can unmute yourself.
This needs to be in motion. One thing that came to mind was the LP inspection report, which highlighted the kinds of specific challenges that family members with disabilities face while trying to access visitation. And I don't think that was something that I heard discussed in today's conversation. So just flagging is something that I hope is considered when the department finalizes their policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Lena. Oh, welcome. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gabriela Jasso. I'm here with the Anti-Civilism Coalition. I come to you as someone personally impacted by incarceration. My cousin spent years in prison, and during that time, our family wasn't hurt. Sorry. Wasn't able to see her once. What hurt the most was watching her be separated from her children. I saw the toll it took on her, but even more deeply on her kids. No family should have ever experienced that level of disconnection. I urge you to make visitation more accessible so we can maintain bonds with our children and families can heal together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will do two more online speakers. One is Lupe Ross. Good morning, Ms. Ross. We can't hear you, Lupe. Maybe you want to disconnect and connect again, and we'll try it again, and we'll go to call-in user. That's number starts with 323. I think it's on call-in user number 6. You need to dial *6 on your phone. You're unmuted on our end. Okay, we'll welcome you to come back and comment in general public comment if you wish. Thank you all very much. I think.
And I understand Mr. Lancaster would like a final word here.
Yes, we can. Sorry, that took a minute. You're welcome to proceed.
Okay, good morning. My name is George Garcia, and I am with YJC, and I'm here to address to you guys about the dress code and policies because it shouldn't be a problem for people in the halls, families to be having a hard time visiting their loved ones because probation officers wants to give them a hard time because they can't control themselves. We need better for their families in order for the youth to be safe. We need to stop it with these non-dangerous, wannabe provocative clothing dress codes policies, because colors on clothing or coming in flip-flops should be the last issue to worry about. You should also want to acknowledge the conditions of the youth that are also locked up in there, and we need to prioritize them more for them to be more safer and comfortable for a more positive outcome for our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all the commenters, especially those with lived experience, and kind of respond and just give a little context for how these model policy language was written. I think first and foremost, there was a question about how visitors are approved and how it's left up to the county. And I think, like others have pointed out, it is so important that there's a broad definition of who's allowed. I've talked to multiple youth who say, I don't talk to my family, my blood family, because they might not be the best influence, or I might be close with this person. And I think that's why it's so important to let youth define their own family and go with what they are saying the support they need. And that brings me to, secondly, there's a lot of talk about issues of security, and then there's always a balance that we deal with of security and then allowing family engagement. And I think it is so important that security is maintained, but also to look at each bit of security and say, is this something that is addressing an actual tangible security need, especially with things like dress code? Because at the end of the day, as people pointed out, visitation is not a want, it's a need, especially for this population. Being without able to see your family. We talk about security. I think another issue there is if a youth isn't able to see their loved ones, isn't able to hug their loved ones, especially when they're at their lowest, when they're angry, they just need to talk to someone. How is that going to look for their behavior back when they get on the unit? I mean, so at a certain point, it is so important to look at security, but there's also security risks of not allowing these youth to get the emotional support they need. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meredith.
How easy it is to forget. This is more of a food for thought than it is anything. Listening to the speakers here, it did trigger some things going back in my life. I'll leave it at that. That there are other people outside of the family that can have a better influence on the youth, and I think that's a good point that was brought up. And the other was the limitations on getting parents or family members to facilities. And I was thinking, this is abstract thinking. It might be controversial, might be a labor issue, might be a county issue, but maybe utilizing the RDPOs or those that are light duty that can drive a van to shuttle people from the designated point to the facilities. I'm just tossing it out there, food for thought. Don't worry about it, Bob.
Commissioner Ship.
I know we got to move, so I'm gonna make it quick. But it's contraband down inside of the facilities, and because I feel like most of this is due to contraband, like we're trying to prevent things from coming in. So is contraband down? And if it is down, is it because we aren't allowing people to hug their parents, or is it because the new airport scanners, like, this is what we ask for work? Well, is what probation asks for working by keeping people from hugging their children, or is there other things that may be in place, like the scanners or keeping contraband down, if it is down?
I'll let Deputy Chief Arcos answer that question, except for I'm very happy to say that the contraband reports are attached to the agenda under item number 6, which do show pretty significant reductions in a lot of the areas of contraband.
Yeah, we're very thankful for the support of having the TSA scanners and the additions that we've added there with Air Warden, the drone drops, the increased security around room searches, et cetera. But there's nothing is ever foolproof. We know that, but we're trying to make it difficult. And I think the reports are showing good progress, and we'll hope that continues that way.
That's a good point. There's another report that is not attached to the agenda, but is publicly available, which is the OIG's report to the monitor, which also indicates the improvements in the searches. So those answers to your questions can be answered in data because of the provision of that information.
Commissioner Kakani.
I appreciate the reference to kind of identifying a support team for a young person that expands beyond their family and doing that as early as possible. And I know that probation is tapped. I have seen the quality of the reports that are being provided to the court, and perhaps, we can rely on defense counsel and we can rely on other folks to provide, who that young person identifies as people in their lives, but I don't think it needs to solely live with probation. So I encourage the department to use the other folks that are connected to our young people who are currently incarcerated. And the other piece, thank you so much to the gentleman from ARC who lifted up the power of discretion and how that power is sometimes used in such harmful ways. And I know that it's sometimes difficult to weed out the biases and the perceptions that we have of young people and adults who are currently incarcerated and the charges that follow them. But I encourage this group to really think about how to be, as least subjective as possible. And when there is that subjectivity occurring, that there is, whether it's a justification, a public justification, an opportunity for people to respond to that justification, because when wielding that power, I think the consequences are really, really damaging.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakani. Anybody else? First of all, people that called in and came in, Gabriella, Dominic, Andrew, thank you for lending your voice with your lived experience. It really galvanizes what we're thinking about here. Panelists, thank you for an amazing presentation, and probation. Looks like you guys are on a really good path right now. So that will conclude this item, and we'll move on to the next item with the IDC director coming up today to present. As he gathers, I'll go ahead and read the prescriptive notes here. For Agenda 4, we will discuss and take possible action on an updated data collection and quality control measures, probation's intake and detention unit. Probation Director Cesar Marquin will be presenting today.
You can sit wherever you like. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that far away. There's another error on the minutes that needs to be corrected. It has the wrong date on it. They need to go back and just correct.
Cesar.
Just as a note, the PowerPoint that Director Mayorkin is going to be showing will be up on the screen here, and also it's attached to the agenda.
So I'm gonna, I'm gonna go next, like we did last time, I gotta see what's going on. There we go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cesar Mayorkin. I'm the director over the intake and detention control unit at Los Padrinos. Today, I'm gonna do a recap. So I was here in September to present the processes in IDC and discuss how, we do the intakes. I'm doing a follow-up to provide some new statistics and also to provide a chart, which I think will be very helpful for the audience and also for the Probation Oversight Commission. So.
Can you speak into it? It's hard to.
Is it maybe that mic in particular, or?
Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Much better? Okay. Well, let me just repeat myself. My name is Cesar Mayorkin. I'm the director over the intake and detention control unit. I was here in September to present on IDC processes and some of the things that we're working on. I'm here to provide a recap and also to provide new statistics. And well, I just want to thank you for having me today. So let's get started. We'll start with the first slide. And we have, I do want to recap on what IDC is based on. So the Welfare and Institutions Code 628 pretty much is the statute that drives IDC. The three main components that we look at in IDC that creates IDC is the three items that I listed on the bottom. The continued detention of the minor is an immediate and urgent necessity for the protection of the minor or reasonable necessity for the protection of the person or property of another. The second item is the minor is likely to flee jurisdiction of the court. And the third item is the minor has violated an order of the juvenile court. These three items are the basis of what we do when we receive a youth in juvenile hall. And if you were to read the entire statute, you'll notice that it's incumbent upon an officer, a probation officer, to identify those three items, and we cannot release a youth unless they meet any of those criteria. So with that said,
I think it's 2 slides prior to this that Mr.
I'm sorry.
Say that again?
I think.
Oh, yeah, we're too far ahead. Thank you. Yeah, we're on the recap 625.3. Thanks, Millie.
Excuse me.
We maybe don't have the right PowerPoint up. We're switching it. Yeah, the one that we have printed is correct. So this is maybe the one from the last.
Yeah, that's last.
We'll get it. Thank you for your patience. Just give us 1 second. Yeah, no, they've definitely got it because this is attached to the object. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to, I think it's page 3, recap 62.5 Welfare and Institutions Code. Thank you, Commissioner Kakani, for keeping us on our toes as always.
Commissioners, thank you for bringing that up. So let's continue with the second slide that I was going to talk about is 625.3, which is the Welfare and Institutions Code, which pretty much states that if a youth commits a crime that falls under the WIC code of 707 subsection B, we are to detain the youth. And the second portion is, if the youth has used a firearm in the commission or attempted commission of a felony. Go to the third slide, please. This is a quick recap. Again, these 3 slides are just recaps of what we discussed at the last presentation. These are some of the examples of some of the 707 subsections here. Murder, attempted murder, robbery, arson, kidnapping, carjacking, and assault by means likely to produce great bodily injury. And there's actually 30 of them, 30 that are listed in the actual Welfare and Institutions Code, but I listed some of the more serious ones here. You can go to the next slide, please. So what I want to talk about here is actually the IDC process. And I'm hoping that this gives the audience and also the Probation Oversight Commission a better understanding on how the IDC process works. So if you look at the top of the flow chart, you'll see that law enforcement agencies will contact, they'll obviously, if they're out in the field and detain a youth, they'll contact IDC. IDC and law enforcement agencies will discuss the case, the charges, and also making an assessment. So we call it like a screening. Based on that assessment, there are 2 options, which we go down the workflow. IDC will recommend transport to juvenile hall for an intake screening and investigation. Or the second option would be IDC will recommend a field site release by the law enforcement agency. If the suggestion is to bring the youth to IDC, The youth will be detained based on 4 items. And I really want the audience to look at this workflow. The 3 boxes that are highlighted in light blue, those are statute-driven detentions. The second box will be court-driven detentions, and the third is policy-driven detentions. These 3 boxes really are in alignment with the statute. So the first area would talk about the 707B offenses, and I mentioned earlier about 625.3. And the second item would be the use of a firearm during the course of a felony. So that's pretty much what that's telling us, is that if we receive a youth at intake, we are mandated to detain the youth at that moment. However, as we do the investigation, the youth will go to court 2 to 3 days later. What we do at that point, we make a decision, we'll actually make a decision to detain the youth at that moment. However, we still have the option to what we're going to recommend in court 2 to 3 days later. I've had several questions asked, where does LADS fall into this process? And so the Los Angeles Detention Screener scale this is where we actually utilize the LADS. And this is, it's based on the circumstances, aggravated mitigating circumstances, along with the statute. So we have pretty much 5 choices on what to decide. So the first one would be detain the youth at intake, but also recommend to detain the youth at the time of the court hearing. Second option would be to detain the youth at intake, but also to release the youth on CDP at court. The third option would be detain the youth at intake, but also at court, you can recommend to release, without CDP. The fourth option would be to release the youth on CDP at the time of intake, and that would pretty much, still go to court 2 to 3 days later, and also recommend to continue the youth on CDP. And the fifth option would be to release the youth at intake and just cite the youth out to report to court in 60 days. So if you look at this workflow chart, you'll see that the first 3 items basically are pretty much a mandated detention. The fourth box at the bottom, if you look at the circumstances unique to the youth and the case, our officers are utilizing LADS at that point and also looking at the aggravating and mitigating circumstances. Now, some of the items that I listed under here, these are just examples, like the threat to the community, a threat to the victim, evading a police officer, which may result in a high-speed chase, resisting an officer that may result in a serious injury to the officer, and then family and domestic violence where the victim may be in home. So these are the options where we can actually make a decision based on LADS. And of course, that leads up to the 5 detention decisions that we are making. So if we go on to the next slide, I do want to provide some stats here. So IDC in the month of September, we processed 158 intakes. However, 132 of them were new physical youth. And what I want to show the public here in the audience is that we processed 132 new youth that were brought into juvenile hall. 51 of those were actually 707B offenses. 8 of those were firearms. 36 were warrants. Failure to obey a court order or CDP violations, we had approximately 15. We had 1 evading in a vehicle and 1 resisting in an assault. Actually, we had 0 on those. And, if you go down the list, you can actually take a look at all the detentions. Actually, all the detentions were justified, and they fall in alignment to the statute, our policy, and also a court order. Now, we do have youth that are currently already detained in some type of custody, or they might be in adult custody. And I listed those for the audience to understand that we have filings that are occurring while the youth is already in custody. And that kind of explains the already detained in juvenile hall, and also those that are already detained in adult custody or in camp custody. Now, one of the new things that IDC has started doing is now we're tracking the field sites. So later on, I'll explain to you how we're doing our tracking mechanism in our logs and stuff. But when an officer does a phone assessment and they recommend the youth to be cited and released. The officers will obviously, most of the time they'll agree. So what we do, we get the future court date, and we're trying to get the citation numbers and the department number, so that way we have some type of tracking mechanism to know that this youth came through IDC on such and such date, and later on down the line, he's going to report to court. So we had approximately 85 field sites recommendations and 85 successful field site recommendations where the officers agreed. So we go to the next slide. So on this slide right here, we broke it down. I broke down the actual court outcome. So one of the new things that we're doing, which wasn't done before, is we are tracking the court outcome. So if a probation officer is recommending detention at intake, if you'll see on the first row right there, you'll see that we recommended for the month of September 98 detention recommendations. The court agreed and continued with 78 to be detained. However, 18 of them were released CDP, and then two of them were DA rejects. The second row, we had release at intake. We had 0 youth that were actually released at intake. And the third row, we'll talk about the CDP recommendations. So we had a total of 34 CDP recommendations, one of which was a PROTAP, which was you releasing the youth at intake prior to the detention hearing. So a total of 34 were recommended CDP. 8 of them were actually detained, and 24 of them were actually continued on CDP, and 2 were DA rejects. I do want to point out, and I put this on the bottom 2 bullets, that if you look at our flow chart, and I explained that even though the youth is being detained on a 707B offense, we are still looking at the case subjectively. We're reviewing the dynamics at home, reviewing the LAD score, and we're actually trying to make a good assessment to see if we can actually release the youth into the community. So out of the 51 707Bs that I just mentioned, 15 of those we recommended CDP releases, and the court released 12 of them. Again, with the firearm charges, there were 8 youth who were charged with possession of firearms, and we recommended 4 CDP releases, of which 2 were released on CDP. So the judge will not always agree with the reports. And I mentioned at our last presentation that there are other circumstances that might appear in court that will basically sway the judge to keep the youth detained. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here are the statistics for October. If you see, we had a total of 170 intakes, of which 156 were new physical intakes. And again, I broke down the actual charges, the charge categories. And we had 156 with 59 707Bs, 16 firearms, 43 warrants, failure to obey court order, which would be like CDP violations, and so on and so forth. So most and all of these charges are actually justified detentions. Again, I'm also listing the youth that are not detained in juvenile hall, which would include the adult custodies and also the camp custodies, as well as youth who are already detained in juvenile hall and they have an additional filing, and those total to 6. In that month of October, we had 62 field site outs, which we logged in. The breakdown, if you go to the next slide, please. The breakdown for the month of October, of the 59 youth charged with 707B offense, IDC recommended 23 CDP releases, of which the court released 9. Of the firearms, we recommended 16 CDP releases, which the court released 12. I'm sorry, 12 CDP releases, of which the court released 8. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm talking about the mechanism that we're using. So within the past 5 months, IDC has revamped how we're tracking our data. We've enhanced our logging system and we're tracking pretty much everything. So we're tracking the arresting agency, the arresting officer, the arresting charges, the time of intake that the officer starts the investigation, obviously the youth demographics, the Los Angeles Detention Screener score, intake and detention decision, recommendation, and more importantly, we're also tracking the court outcome, which was not done before, and as well as the field site release recommendations. So I'm currently working with IISB, and we're developing a web-based juvenile intake screening system, which will enable management to monitor and track the intake processes and detention decisions, the court outcome. This is pretty much like it's a modernized approach on how we're tracking. It's going away from the Excel sheets, and I think it's a really good process that we're working on. It's also going to be able to provide what the Probation Oversight Commission has been requesting for quite some time. They've wanted data, redacted data, obviously, stats of where we're at with IDC. And it also creates an opportunity for us as managers to see if there's any discrepancies, any issues that are popping up as far as like the LAD score and officers are recommending detentions. It provides a good tool for us to see in what direction IDC is going. So I'm proud to say that moving forward with the approval of our executive team, the POC will be receiving monthly statistics on IDC with IDC stats.
Does that get a round of applause? I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is a request that is almost 4 years old, which is extremely exciting.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
If you go to the next slide, please. So quality control. One of the other enhancements that we're doing is pretty much an enhancement that's occurring in PCMS. So our officers write our reports into PCMS. And what we're doing now, we're enhancing or we're modifying the process where the LAD score is going to be connected to the actual recommendation. So what happens is when an officer is doing a report, the system is the PCMS system is gathering all the information, and it's actually will generate what the system thinks that you should recommend. However, because each officer is looking at each case subjectively, we're looking at all the circumstances, and we're trying to, basically do what the right thing is to do is to see what's the least restrictive detention for the youth, but also look into the safety of the community. The LAD score is going to be connected to, if you look at the last bullet point here, PCMS enhancements, IDC management is working to modify the report writing process in PCMS, which will make it much easier, particularly in placing the LADs as part of the system determination factor, and also kind of guide the officer on making the detention. Now, however, I did mention that the officer could go against what the system is recommending, and we have every right to do so. And that's where we provide that second look at the case. So it actually is going to document more overrides, which is not a bad thing. So if the system is saying detain the youth, however you feel that, whatever mitigating factors might occur, and you feel that it's that we could actually release the youth on CDP, or maybe you release the youth without CDP, that will require a supervisor to take a second look at the case, even though they're already reviewing the report, but it's actually going to also document that it was an actual override, which is a good thing for us to kind of look at when we're looking at data. So I think that's a really good enhancement that we're making. Obviously, part of our other quality control is having monthly team meetings, which we are doing so. And also, the systematic data review is actually looking at the IDC log and the new mechanism that we're actually creating. It's going to provide us managers and also supervisors a way to look at what's happening throughout the day. And I did mention case reviews. That's something that's been brought up. I am actually working to reach out to other counties to see how they're doing their case reviews. Currently, we are pulling our case reviews, and I'm meeting with the soups, and we're actually pulling the cases. So one of the things that we're looking at is when the court disagrees with our recommendation, and this is something that I did explain to our officers, that we are going to be looking at those cases more thoroughly. We really want to find out why the court is not agreeing with our recommendations. So I think that's a positive thing to do. So, and it's going in the right direction. So go to the next slide, please. I mentioned earlier I've been talking about the Los Angeles Detention Screener. Once the process is validated, we're currently working on enhancing the LADs. And then the lads really, it really touches bases with the academics, the dynamics at home, drug use, any gang activity, any pro-social, behavior at home, and who the person's connected to. We are actually looking into modifying it and making it better. And what's going to end up happening is once that new revised lads is, we plan to outreach to the courts and to the judges and explain to them. So when we go back to the workflow that I initially presented, even though we have to detain the youth at the time of intake, the lads is going to be very helpful for the judge to make a decision in the future and when they go to court 2 to 3 days later. So that's the goal. If we go to the second item, outside stakeholder relationships and education, I am currently working on creating a training for law enforcement agencies, and it's slated to come out in late January. And what's going to happen with that, it'll be a video link where an officer can actually log into that link and actually have a presentation done by myself as well as some of my team. And we'll talk about the charges, also talk about the processes and the requirement, the documents that are required for the officers to bring when they bring a youth to juvenile hall. And I think that's a good positive way to reach the thousands of law enforcement officers that are out there in the community patrolling. It's important for them to know what we're doing and basically who we're taking in. So it's a collaborative effort, and also I will I've actually reached out to some of the other partner agencies, and that training will also go towards the public defender's office if they're willing to sit with me and have some type of training. We just want to get everybody on the same page. Last but not least, collaborative efforts with DYD, looking into establishing our IDC officers with DYD services, and that's something that we're going to be working forward in the future. And that pretty much concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Just to put this in context, the number of kids that were detained the last 2 months of data, that would have been a weekend at Los Padrinos years ago. And now it's a month for this county. So that's amazing to see that many kids not being brought in anymore. And it's part of the teamwork that you got going there. So that's really good to see. So Commissioner Meredith.
I was just going to suggest you might want to reach out to Chief Sam Gonzalez at Laverne PD. He'll be the president for LA County Chiefs that may be able to help facilitate that training program for you.
I am scheduled to meet with the chiefs in the third week of January, and I'll probably be meeting him at that meeting. So I will present to all the police chiefs in late January, and it'll be pretty much an initiation. It will initiate the training that we're going to provide to all the law enforcement agencies.
Oh, sorry, can I ask
Commissioner
questions?
Tani.
Okay, I'm just gonna start from the beginning. Just as it relates to, I think it's 628, Welfare and Institutions Code 628. Obviously, whether a young person has violated a court order is kind of a yes or no, black or white type question. But to the issue of discretion are the first two, right? Whether continued detention of the minor is a matter of immediate and urgent necessity for the protection of the minor or the protection of the person or property of another, and then whether the minor is likely to flee the jurisdiction of the court. So I'm just curious, kind of like what training, what questions, what do you, like, how do you train the folks who are part of IDC to?
So if you look at the workflow, it kind of lists all the charges that we're actually detaining. If you look at the boxes, I kind of laid it out for you. You'll see the first box talks about the statute. So if the youth is being charged with the 707B, we have a list of all the 707Bs and along with the list that the DA has provided. So if the youth is charged with that, we have to detain the youth based on the statute.
You have to detain pre-arraignment, but you don't have to detain post-arraignment.
Correct.
Right. So okay.
Well, no, we detain pre-arraignment, but the judge in the court makes the decision whether they're going to release the youth.
Okay, but you make a
At
recommendation.
the detention hearing.
Okay. And so then but is not like, sorry, so the 628 kind of evaluation process, is that not a part of whether or not you recommend continued detention or release at,
Correct.
at arraignment?
It is,
Okay.
and yeah, that's where we kind of look at the mitigating aggravating circumstances along with the lads, and try to see whether we're gonna, recommend to release the youth at that point, whether we're gonna recommend to continue detention, or whether to recommend, release on CDP.
I guess I understand all of that, but maybe I'm not asking it clearly. So what questions or like what analysis do IDC officers engage in when determining whether the continued detention of a minor is a matter of immediate and urgent necessity? And then what questions or what analysis is the IDC officer engaging in when determining whether a minor is likely to flee the jurisdiction of the court? Because those feel like subjective assessments. So is it just like history? Is there a list of things that an IDC officer?
Well, again, the officers are looking at the case subjectively. They're actually basing their investigation on like education, their dynamics at home, which means they reach out to the parent and try to get a feedback from the parent if the youth is actually going to school, if there's any drug use, are they involved in gangs? Obviously, if the youth is, even though they were charged with like a 707B offense and everything pretty much looks good at home, then the officer will be swayed to recommend to release the youth, or if not, release the youth on CDP. But there's certain platforms, certain areas that the officers are asking, which is education, drug use, dynamics at home, behavior at home, any pro-social, I guess, behavior at home, friends and all that. So they pretty much are taking all that into consideration.
Okay. And then as it relates to the lads, right, that was supposed to be kind of updated as part of the settlement with the Attorney General, with the California Attorney General. And so I'm just curious, like what updates have been made? Has that been finalized? Or are you still largely using the same screener that existed?
Yeah, so the lads I actually took my notes on this. So the lads is actually in the process of being updated. We're working with ISB. They're putting together the data to create a model and identify additional predictors for such as, from non-PCMS resources. They're anticipating on running a model and actually building it and enhancing it by the end of December, early January. And they're looking at additional predictors to feed into the lab. So basically, it's a process that I really, that ISB is actually running processes for the revised LADs. But right now, I could tell you that the LADs does touch bases with what I mentioned earlier, like the academics, substance abuse, gangs, pro-social behavior, dynamics at home, age at first arrest, age and gender. The LADs currently touch spaces on all those areas. And all those areas are pretty much, leading our officers to kind of see where this youth stands. I mean, is this youth a threat to the community? Can we release the youth on CDP? Of course, I mentioned that, our detentions are basically based on statute. They're based on court orders, or the fact that they're likely to flee jurisdiction. So we have to detain those youth to ensure that they don't, flee, or to ensure that that we're not circumventing the law, basically. But to answer your question, I mean, we're doing everything possible at the court hearing to make sure that if we're able to release the youth and make a good assessment and make an accurate recommendation, then yeah, we're going to do our best to try to see what the least restrictive option is for the youth.
I'll pass to my other colleagues for now.
Can I follow up on that directly? Can I ask you directly, what is the determination that an IDC officer is making regarding a less restrictive placement? Are they actually looking at available community-based resources for that specific young person when making that determination? That's my first question. And my second question is there a different analysis for the protection, sort of depending on what is known to the officer about the alleged incident or crime? Is there a different analysis for the protection of the person or the property of another? Does the IDC take into account that distinction when making their analysis?
So the first question, if you could repeat that again, I quite didn't.
So the first question is, you've mentioned less restrictive detention alternatives for youth a few times, and I'm wondering specifically if you could tell us what an IDC officer is considering when thinking about a less restrictive determination, and if they are actually looking at available community-based resources for a specific youth where that young person lives, and thinking about those options when making their decision about whether or not to recommend detention.
Yes, the answer to that question is yes. I'm going to give you an example, like anything that's related to like a family or domestic violence. If the victim is actually in the home, our officers are trying to see if there's anybody else where the youth can actually go to. And obviously that's part of the conversation that they have with the parent when they make the phone call. And unfortunately, that there is no other option. We do have to detain the youth. So we are looking at other options. But again, other charges such as, those that fall under the 707Bs or anything like related to like a bench warrant, we're basically ordered to detain those youth at that point. So again, we're actually looking, even though they're detained for those first 2 days, the judge and the court has the opportunity to look at what we present and provide, a good decision to see if they're going to release the youth or not. I mentioned quality assurance. I mean, that's one of the things that we're really looking at. And one of the things that we're moving forward is basically to make sure that our officers are making the right recommendations, because we do two things. We're making a decision to detain youth at that moment. And then we're also making an important recommendation as to what's going to happen in court. Whether the court listens to us, that is something that I'm really interested in. That's one of the reasons why we're recording the court outcomes, to find out if they're contradictory to what we're recommending. And that's why I mentioned earlier that, we're pulling those cases to review them and trying to make sure that we're in the right direction. So.
Commissioner Ship?
To your point, also, pretty much a few months ago, and this truly doesn't have anything to do with you, but a few months ago, we were told that 707Bs are not likely to be recommended to come home, specifically when we talked about reducing the population, that they would have to spend time inside of a juvenile hall or in the SYTF facility. Could you expand a little bit more on specifically the 707B offenses that IDC recommended for release, and like which ones are they? Like, understanding that they may not be the more heinous ones, but which ones can be released for community detention or referred for that?
So because we have to detain them at intake, we are looking at to make a proper recommendation at court. Again, we're looking at the areas at home. I'm going to just say, like, if there's any gang activity, drug use, any priors, age of first arrest, we're looking at all that to see, if the youth has a stable home, and if he's a young youth who committed a serious crime and it's a first-time offender, there's nothing stopping us from recommending the youth to be released on CDP at court. And the judge might agree, or the judge might say, no, you're crazy. You come in and call us into court and say, why are you recommending this? But, again, we're looking at all those areas that I just mentioned, to ensure that, that the youth doesn't pose a threat to the community. I mean, that's the bottom line. We're just trying to make sure that if we can provide a stable home, stable environment where the youth is not going to be out and committing crimes after being detained, that's what we're looking at. But in a nutshell, we are our policy and the way we're running IDC is in alignment with the statute, and we're following the law basically, and also we're following the court orders. So.
Commissioner Ship, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think what he was asking is, are we seeing 211s, robberies being recommended, or is it the assaults? Or is it, any other, is it the lower 707?
I would say yes. And I'm going to give you an example. If somebody is charged with, let's say, kidnapping and rape, I would probably take a second look to see, whether we're going to recommend to release the youth in court because, there's a lot of, an agency, a law enforcement agency, even though they do a police report and they provide us a police report at intake, they're still investigating the case. So there's other circumstances that can come up at the detention hearing. And so that would pretty much for an officer to basically just say, hey, I'm going to recommend release without proper investigation from law enforcement agencies, then that probably is contrary to the safety of the community. But like in alignment with Mr. Mundo said, like some of the robberies and stuff, we are looking at those, and then some youth are being charged with robbery, even though it falls under 707B offense. It might be like a beer run, and the officers, those are the things that we're actually looking at. And that's why we're actually, recommending to release those youth at that point. So, to answer your question, we're not just basically, recommending detention on all 707B offenses.
Okay, and is this newer where you are recommending 707Bs released, or is this standard probation practice that has been in place? Just because, like I said, we've been told that 707Bs cannot be released to detention or would not be referred to detention usually.
Yeah, that's basically, if you look at, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's not true. I mean, like I said, as I demonstrated in my presentation, that we are recommending CDP releases on some of the 707B offenses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, we'll hear from the public, gather our thoughts, and then come back and continue our questions and comments. That's okay? Wendy, do we have any live or written comments?
For those of you wishing to make public comment in the audience, please approach the podium. On the WebEx, please use the raise your hand function or dial *3 on your phone. If you're on YouTube, you can't make public comment. You got to join on WebEx, and you can do that by going to our website at poc.lacounty.gov. Okay, go ahead, Kevin. Good morning.
Thank you very much, President. Number one, I heard some words like robbery, rape, those kind of a serious crime. Well, it's really, really like break my mental intelligence just to hear that kind of discussion, because certain crimes that we can talk about a release, but certain crimes like murder, rape, violent robbery, kidnapping, for example, those are not something that you should talking about just release. Second of all is that repeated offenders, and I really wish that the first offenders, first time, let's just say release them. Okay, everybody understand. And the second time, maybe an ankle monitor. And then the third time, maybe it should not be released until the court hearing. So I really do believe there should be, added layers of action just to make sure to prevent those repeated offenders. Because based on what I heard about the presentation, we are just doing the George Gascon catch and release. You catch them, you detain them, you release them, and then several days later they do that again. You catch them, you detain them, and you release them. And then, well, what I learned from the George Gascon for that 4 years, that means that the catch and release does not work very well, because otherwise we're gonna still have a zero bail catch and release policy. So I'm not a big fan of whatever you just talked about, because I don't understand that those commissioners talking about. I'm really happy to see that we are detaining less people, we are detaining less kids. I don't know why is that a good thing. Basically, that you are just promoting more future crime. You're just promoting more future, violent youth with their violent criminal behaviors, because they knowing most likely they're gonna get released. So I don't know what's so proud of that there are less and less kids to be detained.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dominique.
Hello, Dominique Porter here on behalf of the ARC Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I would like to give a little intel and opinion on how I feel the youth should be released. Me being impacted by the youth justice system, I've been in juvenile hall, DJJ. I've served 7 years, and it's been times that I was supposed to come home myself on good behavior. You know, I've been good 6 months prior to my board. And then, you know, parole agents, they do their thing, keep me or recommend, stay, or, you know, those type of things. But what we fail to realize when we do those things, recommend for a youth to stay, that shuts out many opportunities for them to get out and actually get a life skill. It shuts out opportunity for them to get an education. It actually strokes their criminal ego. You know, you go in there, you stay longer, you know, you might hear from negative influences that it's all right, you'll be out one day, because the thing is, with Prop 57, when they send juveniles to juvenile court, you can't keep them there for life. So with that being said, I feel like the ones that's working hard to get out and stuff, that show they changed, that they're not the same people that they were when they first came in, why not reward them? Give them a little incentive so that way they can go home and be somebody. They can learn a skill. They can be productive members of society, you know, instead of going back to what they knew and their false beliefs. Because all keeping someone in jail does, keeping them incarcerated away from what's real, is stroke their egos and give them their false belief. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Hi, Isabella.
Good morning. My name is Isabella, and I'm an advocacy and community organizing associate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm also formerly incarcerated, and at ARC, I work every day with young men and women who have spent time in juvenile halls, fire camps, diversion programs, etc. And one thing I hear consistently is that the deepest pain they carry often comes from a lack of stable, loving support. And we hear this all the time, right? Every single meeting, doesn't matter what committee we're talking to, it's always the same like root problem. Many of these youth grew up being raised not by parents, but by neighbors, teachers, family, friends, or even another child or older youth who stepped in to help them survive. These chosen family members are sometimes the only source of stability, love, and guidance that they have. I understand that the courts decide who gets approved for contact and visitation, but when we talk about staffing, supervision, and caseloads in the probation department, we cannot ignore the roles these supportive adults play. When staffing is stretched thin, when caseloads are too high, or when youth officers don't have the capacity to truly know the young people they supervise, the people who do know them, their chosen family, because I do agree that sometimes our own family isn't the best to have around them, they're like left out and deprioritized. I've seen firsthand how essential these connections are to a young person's healing, behavior, and long-term success. As you discuss staffing shortages, report writing, supervision structures, and specialized caseloads, I urge you to consider implementing pathways that allow chosen family, the people who are actually supporting these young people day to day, to remain part of their lives. When probation has limited capacity, these community connections become even more important. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles and Helen are going to arm wrestle back there to decide who goes next. I don't think it looks good for you, Helen. Please begin.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for all this information. It still is really confusing to me, and I still feel like sometimes the questions that are being asked aren't getting real answers. Like, I don't still understand what is considered a flight, who is considered a flight risk. And the other thing too that I think just needs to have a light shined on it is there were 158, if I'm understanding correctly, intakes. 51 of them were 707Bs. That's just a third. And I feel like what's in the air is that everyone at Los Padrinos is a 707B. And from the data, if I'm understanding correctly, it's a third of them. So I think that just needs to be looked at. What are those 2/3 then doing, and why are they there? And we need more clarification, because I'm a little more confused than I was when you started. Thank you.
I'm Charles Emery Warden in support of ARC. My main issue with what the
Charles.
thank you, ma'am. My main issue with what the gentleman presented, I think, was a great presentation. And I am stupefied to see how much change has occurred and how helpful you guys are trying to be. I really appreciate that. But to put a person's release in the hands of a correctional officer, no matter how well qualified, it's kind of, maybe a little expenditure on psychiatric help, on therapy, and have these people do the assessment. Qualifications. Excellent people, some of them, prison guards, excellent, but not qualified to make a determination about the rest of your life or, being in prison, being in jail until you go to court. It's kind of difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruby with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Just here after listening the back and forth between probation and the Oversight Commission, I can see both sides, and I see that probation often says that they see whether a young person's giving back to their community, engaging with their family, showing personal growth. I understand that every story is also different and every case is unique, and I don't dismiss that. Human beings aren't checkboxes, and no single situation looks the same. But at the same time, we do need more clarity and more consistency. I think that because there aren't checkboxes, there isn't a list that is gone through, it leads to a lot of unpredictability, and it leads it up to the probation officer whether they notice if a youth is engaged with their family or if they're giving back to their community. And so although
I don't think that was the full 2 minutes. Am I wrong about that? I think it was just 1 minute. So keep talking, Ruby.
Well, just I understand that human beings aren't checkboxes, but at the same time, in order to have consistency amongst all of these youth in determining whether they go to detention or they don't go to detention, I think there has to be some sort of a list, which I think is what Millie was kind of getting to, of like boxes that are checked off. Do they engage with family? How are they engaging with family? Are they active in their communities? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? Reasons that every youth should have the chance to be in their community. And so that was just my point.
Thank you. We'll go to online commenters. Lena Mallet, you can begin.
Thank you. I first similarly want to note to what Helen shared earlier that, in my opinion, none of the questions asked by POC commissioners were answered with any real clarity. And it's still not clear to me what standards, other than basic statute and questions asked in the LA detention screener, are used when making a decision as to whether a young person should or shouldn't be detained. I worry a lot about the department's heavy reliance on the LADs, which has not been validated and has received severe scrutiny from academics, advocates, and the AG's office. Not only is the tool inherently racist, but it also combines intake decisions with a young person's service needs, hampering its effectiveness and criminalizing a young person's needs. Any process to reform a tool that has such an immense impact on a young person's fate should include folks like youth development experts, psychologists, credited academics, and others beyond just ISB. There should also be a public review board composed of impacted youth, advocates, family, and others who have a vested interest in the well-being of young folks inside. Considering the state of emergency that Los Padrinos is in currently, I would expect to see a department doing all they can do to ensure that young people are not being detained when they should not be.
And that's the end of public comment. Oh, do we have one more? Oh, Jazeera Holiday. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead and begin. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jazar Holiday from Youth Justice Coalition. I think it's very important that you guys really take into consideration the trauma that is kind of inflicted on both ends, like the trauma that goes on at home for a young person to even make the decision to do anything, right? And then the trauma that you guys inflict when you guys do keep them. Now, when you guys actually get specific about the things that you guys are keeping them for and how long. And like the gentleman said earlier, the criteria to release a person shouldn't be in the correctional officer's hands when basically their job is to incarcerate, basically. So it's like there are youth centers, as you guys know. You guys are very aware of all the resources and the youth facilities out there who are trying to assist you guys and assist these youth, and you guys still choose to incarcerate and inflict harms. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, questions, answers. Commissioner Terry?
This is more of a broader statement and maybe a question. I really do appreciate the information that's been shared today, because I think the more information we get, it does allow us to ask questions and to kind of understand more. So thank you for that. When I worked at DCFS, I was part of a pilot program, and there was an intentional effort to not remove kids from the home. And it was in recognition of the fact that Black and brown youth are always removed from the home, and there's like decades of harm and racism and bias involved with that. And so the idea was you do everything possible before you remove that child from the home. And it really required intentional, consistent training to shift our thinking as social workers, because the assumption is that if I see a mom doing X, that means it's not fit for the child to be there. Or if I see this condition, you're trained to see things in a certain light, to write the detention reports that way at whatever stage of the process. And so I think that sort of intentionality, especially with reducing not just numbers, but also racial disproportionality of foster youth who tend to be incarcerated more, all of these kind of special groups, it requires that intentional commitment. And so I know this is more of a statement, and I don't know if there's anything you can say to that, but is there anything that the department is working on that would kind of move towards that level of intentionality, with making sure that youth are not detained if they don't have to be, or consistently training people to kind of look at what their bias might be in an assessment, and to try to think of alternatives? So it's a broader question, but if there's anything you could say to that, that'd be helpful.
What I can say to that is that we're open for any suggestions and any pilots to move forward. But yeah, to answer your question is that, yeah, we are constantly, I mean, I can't say we are constantly making changes. We're pretty much working in alignment with what's required. But however, in looking at other options, like, how to release a youth at a certain point, I mean, of course, the department wants to, release youth. Obviously, we're on the same page as you, but we just want to make sure that there's some type of safety mechanism in the community. So a lot of it has to do with what resources are out there in the community. I mentioned, and it was one of the last bullet points, is that trying to connect IDC officers with DYD services in the future. I mean, the goal would be to say, hey, we're gonna pro-tap, we're gonna release you today at intake, but we're gonna connect you with the resource to make sure that you actually go to court, because, and also with the field sites. I mean, we are, even though we're logging them in, the youth comes to court 60 days later. So what services are being offered? What services are in the community during, some youth don't even show up to court. And that is a concern. So, that's where the resources need to be connected with probation, to make sure that there's actually somebody telling them, don't forget to go to court, or don't, those are the resources that are needed, like in the community. And me as an IDC manager, I will be more than happy to and willing to work with other stakeholders and make sure that we're doing the right thing. So,
Commissioner Schiff?
I understand that this is mostly strictly a intake situation, but currently there are youth in Los Padrinos who have been there 2+ years. Their programming, some of them, and they're young people still, but some of them are so like into what they're doing They've started nonprofits in their unit with everybody involved, right? Does IDC ever take a second look and make a different recommendation about these young people? Because, I mean, sitting inside of a juvenile hall for 3 years, still fighting, trying to understand your sentence is a court issue, and we can't deal with that piece. But can we make a new recommendation if we look and see that these young people are doing everything that they're supposed to do?
So IDC, we pretty much are just like the gatekeeper. We do an initial assessment to see if the youth should be detained that very moment, and we make a recommendation for the court 2 days later. Now, what happens in court, obviously, if the district attorney decides to file on that charge and proceed with the case, the youth will go to trial. And so probation department is tasked to do a more enhanced report, which we would call a pre-plea report, and that's actually where they could get information from the IDC officer as well, because we did an initial investigation. But also they're also looking at other resources like DCFS. They're also looking at other areas, and also coming up with a solution to see if they can, what would be the right decision for that youth. So what happens in court, obviously IDC is, we're interested in the outcome of what happens at the detention hearing, but after that, it really falls, up to the court, and then the judge assigns the case for like a pre-plea report. They'll order an additional report, which is a more enhanced report, and then it starts the probation process. So again, like we are really, IDC, it's an important function because we are like the gatekeepers, and again, we've been told, juvenile hall, there's a lot of youth in there. So we're trying to do our best to keep the numbers down, but we also don't want to just release everybody. So we have to basically follow what we're mandated to do. And that's exactly what we're doing. So, but yes, we're trying to take everything into consideration. We're looking at every case differently. It's not a rubber stamp, what the recommendation is. Certain charges we do have to detain at that very first intake. However, that doesn't mean that we can't not recommend releasing the youth at the court. And so that's pretty much what I wanted to let everybody know.
Commissioner Kokani, and is there anybody following so I can get an order? Right, so you'll be the last person here.
Yeah, again, I'm just struggling with the lack of actual concrete answer. And I'm looking at the LA detention screener, and this is where I'm struggling, right? One of the areas in which a young person can get 2 points for contributing to their, the support of their recommended detention is youth rarely completes homework and has consistently below a C average with behavior that shows little or no commitment to schoolwork. And so I'm curious to what extent, does IDC or staff from IDC determine if that young person has an IEP, determine if that person is learning English as a second language, to determine, there's so many things that could go into that. And so that's why I'm trying to ask, is there a list of questions that a probation officer is mandated to ask? Is there a set of information that the probation officer is required to obtain before giving a young person 2 points for that specific issue? Same thing with few pro-social acquaintances. Over half of the youth's family, friends, or acquaintances value or perceive a variety of delinquent behaviors and deviance as acceptable. Are you telling me that an IDC officer is talking to every relative that young person has, every person in their friend group? I find that hard to believe. So is it like they talk to 5 people, they talk to 1 person? How many people qualify as half of the youth's family, friends, or acquaintances? And the last thing, this bothers me so deeply, because a young person can get positive points or points taken away from the screener if the IDC officer determines that there's constructive use of time with family. And one of the things that gets them 0 points is if a youth spends most of the time being bored, doing nothing, channel surfing the TV, computer video games, surfing the internet. Have you been inside LP? Have you been inside a day room? I am so furious that this is on here. That's all young people are doing inside their day rooms at LP, and that they are penalized for doing that when they are at home is just wild to me. And so that's why I'm feeling a deep sense of frustration, because I have not received a single answer with any concreteness around what IDC officers are specifically asking to determine whether or not they give a young person points for supporting their detention or their release. And if that list exists, I'm just asking that you share it.
Well, we are actually, I'm glad you're bringing that up, because like I said, we are actually working on enhancing the LADs, and those concerns that you're bringing up is definitely something I want to bring to the committee as we roll out the new enhanced LADs. But to answer the question, I mean, we're really getting the information from the parent, asking the questions, because you got to understand that a youth, we do have to Mirandize the youth, and we also have to get in touch with the public defender at that point at intake. And I would say 99% of the time, the public defenders say do not discuss anything with the probation officer because they want to talk to the youth first. So we really rely on the parent contact to make sure that we're getting enough information. I'm instructing my officers, if you can, reach out to the school if it's during school hours, and we're able to contact the school to ensure, like, are they coming to school? That's a big one. So, the IDC intake process is not, it's a really important report, but we are not able to get all the information that's required, and that's pretty much why the court orders an additional report after the detention hearing to look at all those other factors. And at that point, there's an opportunity for the court, to release the youth after the detention hearing. There's a lot of instances where even though the judge, we might recommend CDP release at the detention hearing and the judge disagrees, he might want more information and he orders a report, or he's asking more information, and he actually is setting up for what we call a pre-plea report, which will be later on down the line be presented to the court. And that's where the probation officer does a more intense investigation and looks into the actual case and actually, if we're not able to contact the victim, they actually try to get a victim statement as well. So the department as a whole, we're doing everything possible to see what the best option is. But the concerns that you're bringing up, I'm not going to take it lightly. I thank you for bringing that up, and I definitely will bring that back to the table with our committee.
Hey, I just, as frustrated as Commissioner Kakani is with the LADs, I'm happy that we have the LADs because we can have what the other counties have in this state. It's the DRE. It actually automatically starts with the 10, and the youth has to work the way down without asking any of the questions that the LADs does. It really just is a direct filing tool, a direct detain tool. The LAD starts from 0, and the kid has to work his way up to detention. It's a different mindset. You're an employee that's working with the tool that tells you to detain and to justify lowering the score, or you're forced to start with 0 and build a case. The majority of LAD scores are under 7, which means that the kids have an opportunity to get out if there are no underlying issues in the offense itself. I don't understand this black and white discussion because it's gray. Many of the speakers today have spoken about the different home environments. And even if you try to write your own lived experience, your own home environment, it's complicated, it's gray. So until those who object to the LADs present a viable tool, not expect everybody else to do it because they have that right. But until that happens, the LAD is just a better alternative than any other tool that's out there right now. And the only reason it hasn't been validated is because no one else uses it. That was their main argument. It's not what people trended and said, what was the term they used to use? It was a term, but nonetheless, we're moving in the right direction. It's just a matter of provide an option. it's easy to criticize the tool, but it's gray. And I think that we all have to understand that. That's why it may not seem like you're getting answers. And if I were sitting in that seat, and I am an expert on intake, I wouldn't know how to answer that because every case is so different. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and return at 11:40. I've already got the permission of the adult people that are going to come in. So we'll be back at 11:40.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
toys.
Yeah, please don't force me to use your names.
Chair Mundo is about to start calling people back by name. I just want to say thank you to the Probation Oversight Commissioners who brought unwrapped toys today that I'm going to be delivering to Camp Afflerbaugh, and to the great idea of the director there, Mr. Villar, to allow his young people to be able to have a gift for their younger siblings. So thank you to all of you who brought the beautiful toys that we've collected.
Oh my God, the tamales are hot. I got-
Ms. Walker, are you on our panel?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's okay here.
Very,
Yeah, you're good there.
so I'm feeling really
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's now 11:41. Let's move on to agenda item 5, which is to discuss and take possible action on an update on staffing, report writing, and supervision from both the Juvenile and Adult Field Service Bureaus of the Probation Department. Here representing the Adult Field Service Bureau, our senior directors, Alex Nieto from CORE, Frank Adams from AB 109. Joining us from the Juvenile Services Bureau, our senior director, Angela Walker, and Suzanne Lyles. All right, but I'm sorry, there was Keith Larson was scheduled, so he's still on my script. So the POC requested that these updates include an update on current field caseloads and how the field supervision is currently structured, update on how the department is handling specialized supervision, DV, domestic violence, sexual crimes, secure youth track, youth CSEX 241 and report writing, giving challenges caused by the deployment of the staff to the facilities. Just to clarify, a 241 is a youth that has some attachment to the Department of Children and Family Services when they are brought into our attention. Panelists, I'm not sure who's going to go first. Let's do it, Director Nieto.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thought we sent it to you. Sure where to start. Did you guys get the stats on the,
Yes.
okay. So we're checking on a PowerPoint right now, and they don't have it? Okay, then I'll just have to go off the stats on the paperwork you got.
So I'm sure that the commissioners reviewed this last night and have their stats in front of them.
Okay, you're talking about this one. Okay. So you have before you the stats for Adult Services Bureau. This is as of the last day of November of 2025. So on the left, you have the adult offices in alphabetical order. Total number of DPOs assigned to that office, number of DPOs in the office physically, and then the numbers for SRG, which is sex registrants, FV, which is family violence, the CORE, which is our basic supervision that are outside of SRG and FV, total number of cases, and then the ratios on the right in the yellow column. Any questions on any of that?
Commissioners.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Harris.
I'm sure I asked this last time, but what's a recommended, I mean, I see the lowest rate is in Harbor, it's 81-1, but then pretty high ratios for some of these. What's recommended in the field for, what's reasonable for a DPO and a caseload to be doing good, meaningful, safe work?
Recommended is 100-1. When we were doing more cognitive work with the clients, it was 50-1. But since the staff shortages, it's been 100-1. But as you can see, it's higher there across the board, except for Harbor. Excuse me, except for, yes, Harbor.
Commissioner Terry?
I apologize if I missed this, but for Santa Monica and Valencia, those are closed permanently or just for now, or do individuals there go somewhere else?
The staff and the clients are going somewhere else. Those were permanently closed.
Okay, and so for Santa Monica, where's the next closest, or where do they go? And then say
That was based on the area code, zip code of the clients. Some of them went to East San Fernando Valley, and some went to the ROC, the Reentry Opportunity Center. That was Santa Monica, and the Valencia ones went to either East San Fernando Valley or the Antelope Valley.
Commissioner Ship?
Is it still, some officers come in, some officers go out, like a redeployment schedule or 90 days on, 90 days off for specific officers who are in adult field services?
Your question is, are they still doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they do 90-day rotations where they're actually in the office, and then they come off, they leave, and then that could be 90 days, it could be 60 days, it could be 30 days that they come back. So the 90 days is just for the time in the office.
Okay. And this will be my last time asking this because I think I've asked this 10 times. Is there a notification system that somebody's probation officer is changing or who they contact is changing? Or just anything to indicate that you won't be talking to the same individual that you were talking to maybe the last 10 times you were here or 5 times you were here, or
There is no system in place right now. Usually, sometimes the PO himself or herself will take the initiative and tell the client that they won't be around for 30 days or 90 days, whatever it is. But they are told they need to keep checking in, that they will be seen and heard and worked with by the officer of the day when they do check in.
and to that point, so it's on the probation officers to check in. And how often, well, since this has started, how often have people been violated because they didn't check in or the person changed? Like, is that happening as well?
That's happening, but I don't have numbers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Canales?
Hi, thank you so much. These numbers and the ratios seem extremely low, the ratios of available DPOs in the office as an assigned. And so I'm wondering, is there anywhere like a complaint line, or have you had any problems that you've seen? I mean, just we've heard in the juvenile, system where parents are calling saying they can never contact anyone and things like that. And now with the adult services, I know prior to the deployments and closing all the offices, I went in person. I had to do a prison pickup, and it was with the AB 109 adult supervision. And I was able to call and see, where that adult was going to be located, and it was of their preference, that would be convenient for them. And I went in the office and was able to learn about everything that was provided and that was available. But now with the closed offices and the limited staff, I'm sure all of this can no longer be provided. And are you seeing, a problem with it? And what does supervision actually include with the, 3 to a couple of hundred? What I'm wondering what that looks like.
Well, like I touched on earlier, there's no cognitive-based work being done. It's basically check in, how are you doing? What kind of work are you doing? What can I help you with? What kind of referrals can I make for you? Housing, food, medical, etc. It's just the basics. That's what we have to do based on what we have as far as numbers. We have a lot of, the officer of the day not only does that, but other officers are pitching in regularly, whether it's 3 in the office or 9 in the office. Sometimes the supervisor pitches in. I see some hardworking deputies doing what they can to make sure that the basics are being met for these clients. Oh, you made a question about the complaint. I'm over 9 offices, and I've received 1 complaint in the last month. So I average about maybe 1 a month, just to be honest with you.
So somehow probation is still somehow meeting the demand to provide the resources and the services to the clients that might be seeking resources and everything. So they have to be taking some work home with them. I mean,
Yes,
what's humanly possible.
They're taking work home with them. They're doing work on the weekends. They're doing overtime. They come in early, they leave late, and they are doing overtime. I can assure you, because I look at the forms and I have to sign off on them. And the supervisors are doing the same thing. They're keeping us afloat too.
Commissioner Meredith.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment here. Yes, these numbers are very concerning, obviously, and getting people back to work is a problem. However, I do want to point out that at least 2 of these DPOs, Valerie Martin, who's working out of the Ballman Park, West Covina South Gate area, and Rafael Paz working the Burbank Glendale area, I've gotten great accolades on what performance they've had working with the clients out there and assisting those agencies. But that's just 2 people, and I know we're short, and I don't know how we're going to get more people back out there.
Well, we're working, there's overtime. I mentioned that already. That's a big help. But you're right, we do need more help. We are looking at hiring probation assistants. That's in the pipeline. We're looking at bringing back retirees. That's in the pipeline. One other thing. We're working closely with HR to bring back people as soon as we can from.
Are those available?
What's? Oh, I thought we'd bring you back.
So why don't we bring up the AB 109 data and let Director Adams share his insights of those numbers.
I'll wait for the slide.
I mean, it's the same thing.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Frank Adams. I'm the Senior Director over AB 109. Up on the slide, I want to point out a few items. The pre-release center. So they do a lot of different functions there. They start working with the packets before the supervised person is released. They're still in state prison. So they'll start, unlike a former probation case, our cases come with a set of conditions that are mandated by the penal code, such as reporting to us within 2 days, search and seizure, things of that nature, not having weapons. But they'll also do assessments. They'll look through the criminal history. They'll look at the current offense and anything that will assist in reducing recidivism. They'll add those conditions. So they do a lot of work there. It's a 24-hour operation. They validate warrants. They have a 24-hour law enforcement hotline. They have a comm center where our officers are out in the field. They monitor their radios, things of that nature. So that's why they don't have a ratio. But there's 400 cases. They also have custody caseloads, other types of caseloads, along with the pending cases that are going to be released. So as you can see, our ratios go from 77 all the way up to 265. It depends on the office. And this is a snapshot. These numbers are changing based on how many staff that we have that are rotating. One of the questions was about specialized caseloads. Our specialized caseload is our GPS. So they monitor all our registered sex offenders. They also monitor the formal probation court cases with a static 99 of 6 or more. So that's a risk tool used to determine, that it's a high risk. So they monitor them on GPS, and there's a lot of work. That's why we want to keep those under 20 to 1, which we do right now. They're at 16 to 1. The one thing about that is, we have one officer and they're covering multiple offices, so they have to be really organized to see their clients at the different offices. So that's an overview. Any questions on this?
Director Adams, would you remind us and our followers what an AB 109 is?
Okay, yeah, so AB 109, it's somebody that was sentenced to state prison, and instead of going to parole, if they're sentencing, their last case that they were sentenced to prison on was a non-serious, non-violent, non-sexual offense, they'll, instead of going to parole at the state level, they're now sentenced and they report to probation and they're supervised at the county level. So they can be on for as short as 6 months or as long as 3 years. It all depends on, whether they have a custodial sanction, whether they complete their treatment. We have incentives, milestone credits, things to, encourage them to complete treatment. We have all kinds of resources for them as well. Our hubs are set up. We have co-located partners. SAPC is there. Mental health is there. We have HR 360, which is our housing contract, so we can give them temporary housing up to a year. We also work with the INVEST program to try to get them job training, job placement. So there's a world of services that are available when they report, and our goal is to get them linked to services, treatment, and all these reentry services are available through AB 109.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Kakani?
Just wondering if there's an ideal case. I know that Mr. Nieto shared that I think 100 to 1 is kind of what you're shooting for. I don't know if that's ideal, but I guess given the circumstances, that's what you have to deal with. Is there a similar ratio that you're aiming for or that's ideal?
Yeah, so it's 50 to 1
50
with
to 1.
everything that we want to do.
Yeah.
And in addition to these ratios, we have a lot of staff that are committed, people that are reassigned to the institutions that are still helping.
Okay.
People that are in the camps that are still helping. All our officers are working overtime, so
So AB 109, I guess, assigned DPOs are also deployed.
correct.
Okay. I guess I have I don't know if are you done with your presentation or did you have more to share? Then I did have questions for both
Yeah, we
of
can
you.
do questions.
Okay. I was just curious if there's given the shortage, the staffing shortage, if there is some sort of assessment that your staff makes or that's been instituted to determine if someone is maybe high risk or low risk, and whether you adjust your level of supervision accordingly, or is it just kind of left to the DPO?
Yeah, no, we use the LSCMI to determine risk, and the majority of our population is LSCMI.
Is that the same for you, Mr. Nieto? Okay. And so then you use that to determine if someone needs more supervision or less?
Correct.
Okay. And then is there anything in place to determine if, despite the deployments, that the additional supervision is being provided to those folks who, I guess, score higher on the LSCMI?
So, as far as, I mean, the folks are doing the best they can with.
I'm
with
not
that.
putting this
So
on you. I'm just,
the folks that are at the higher levels, I mean, one of the things that we just implemented is narcotic testing. We farmed that out with a company called Famatech, so they're doing that for us. So they'll test at a more high frequency if they're at the higher risk. So things like that are things that we're doing. And then we also have, our special enforcement operations that are going to our housing units and making sure that they're in compliance.
Okay.
And out in the field. And I believe we have a contract with law enforcement. Alhambra PD was out recently doing compliance checks. So, things of that nature.
okay. And Mr. Nieto, you said that, I don't know if you have access, and maybe not today, but just in terms of the number of violations that, I mean, I don't know if you can attribute that to supervision or a lack of supervision. I think sometimes and this is not an attack on either of you or the folks who are trying to hold this work down, but I think it's kind of important, right, for us to understand the impact of these deployments, both on the staff and the community. And so just, yeah, if you have that data on like violations, if you could share that.
I don't have that data, but I know that the supervisors at each area office do triage what comes from the court and then what's coming in to deal with what considered more high risk or what is a more, for lack of a better term, a worse crime committed by the client. That's the job of the supervisors, and they're frankly doing a great job of that.
How do you determine that they're doing a great job?
Because I see it, because I go to all the offices.
Okay, but there's no like data or, I don't know, any quantitative or even qualitative data that.
I don't have that handy.
So just so we can get all the data in, maybe we can move on to Ms. Walker's data for juvenile.
I can read it from here. Good morning, Angela Walker, Senior Director for Juvenile Special Services. And I will just present the data that we have. Our data is, the caseload information is as of November 1st, and the staffing information is as of November 30th. Okay, I can see that. So the first column indicates the total number of DPOs assigned to the office, and that assignment is all the DPOs in the field, FILLED, field items in that office. So that's going to include your deployed staff, your staff that are on leave, so that includes everyone. The second column reflects supervision DPOs in the office, and that's our number of supervision DPOs. We added in a column for investigation DPOs because they are not necessarily, although they're in the office, they're not necessarily engaged in the actual supervision of cases. And so your ratios, your average number of supervision cases per deputy on your far column utilizes the number of supervision deputies to calculate the ratio. The column before that reflects the total number of supervision cases for each area office that's listed there. We have the 13 area offices where juvenile cases are supervised, and the final row reflects pending supervision. So our data was captured as a snapshot data as a point in time, and so in the system, these cases had not been assigned at the time. So they could have been assigned the very next day, but when the data was pulled, they were not assigned. The second chart below reflects the special operations that were highlighted in the information request from your board. CSEC, 241.1 dual supervision, and the SYTF supervision unit. So CSEC, there are 5 deputies assigned there. Currently in office, there's 1 deputy, so they're supervising all of the cases assigned to that unit, the 21 cases. And I'm going to skip down to secure youth treatment. There are 19 deputies assigned there and 6 in the office with an average of, carrying an average of 23 cases. For the 241.1 dual supervision unit, I want to make a correction to the data. There are actually 8 DPOs assigned there, and there are no DPOs currently in the office as of the time of the data that's reflected. So they are supervising, the 134 cases are not divided by 2, is basically what I'm saying. There are no deputies in that unit that are currently in office as of November 30th. So what we're doing with specialized operations, we are using DPOs that are assigned to those operations, but then we also tap into other DPOs with previous knowledge and experience from those operations that assist with those units. The supervisors, as has been stated, even in adult and AB 109, the supervisors are actively engaged in supporting and providing case management services as well. And we are utilizing all available juvenile operation staff. So when you're in an office, we are utilizing everyone who is available to assist with case management activities, seeing youth and families when they come to the office.
Thank you. You know, just for historical context and knowing that you're a seasoned officer, I mean, that's been around, what was our high with supervised individuals
In
that you
ter-
can recall? Just
in terms of our
percentage, just
number of
the number.
supervision, percentage ratio of supervision cases or total?
Total. Well,
Suzanne may have a better recollection of the actual high number for us.
I'm sorry, the number of
Supervision cases, like the high, at a high.
at a high point, I'm sorry.
just a guess.
Over the last, it's actually gone down significantly, say from 10 years ago. But I would say over the last 3 to 4 years, it's been fairly stable in the low to mid 2000s of supervision. So the, what is it, the 200 or 2,222 is pretty consistent. There's very small fluctuations, I would say, since probably COVID time.
Okay, because before that, it had to be like in the 10,000 or so that we were supervising, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think 10 years ago, we were certainly up around 8,000. If you see kind of the structured flow chart of that would go year by year, you're going to see significant drops. But I would say, again, over the last maybe 3 to 4 years, it's been consistently around that 2,000. Like I said, from I saw a high of like 2,400 to a low of 1,900 at one point during the year of COVID.
Okay, commissioners, we'll take a few questions, then we'll let the public weigh in. Anybody questions on this data? Commissioner Kokani?
Do you have data on how long it takes for a young person to be assigned an officer? I know that you have, whatever it was, 40 that were not assigned, but generally speaking, is there any data on how long it takes a young person to be assigned a PO?
I don't have data specifically, but that is not, there's not a significant time lapse between court disposition and the case being assigned to a supervision deputy. So those cases have a disposition. They came back, the minute orders coming back to the office, the deputy is then transferring it to supervision. We would not exceed at least a week to get those cases assigned.
I mean, this might just be an anomaly, but the number of public defenders I've spoken to, and just defense counsel generally, who say that their clients are 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks post-disposition, waiting to find out who their PO is. Is there any information on your end, even like when the first phone call takes place? Like perhaps there's an assigned PO, but if they're carrying, I don't know, 142 cases, there might be a delay in reaching out to the young person. So do you collect data on how long it takes for an assigned PO to then contact the person that they are assigned to?
They should be reaching out to them within that first 30 days that they're assigned to them. So, and probably before that, but you asked about assignment of the case and the case being assigned to a deputy.
Two things, right?
Okay.
There's the case being assigned, and then there's the first contact. So I hear the should be, but I'm just asking if we have actual, like, raw data.
No, I do not have data available now for you.
Is that something that you're able to track or collect?
We may have that, but it may not be easily accessible in terms of an automated system to pull data of that nature.
Okay. I had another question, but it escapes me, so I'll.
Commissioner Canales has a question.
I think it's really more of a statement. Again, you know, going by the numbers and the ratios and everything. I mean, I know a lot of like community health workers and they can't exceed 30 on a caseload. And right now I just happened to Google, and even the LA County Department of Health typically manages a caseload between 10 and 35 clients. And here you have, you know, like 2 for, you know, a couple of hundred. So I understand you're doing all that you can do with the staff that you have, and that they're doing everything that they can do. But so these numbers, I am assuming it's because of the deployments and because of the 90-90, correct? That's why there's the caseloads are so overloaded for DPO. Is that a correct assumption? That has a lot to do with it?
Well, I think that we are with our rotations, the numbers do fluctuate. So this was at this point in time, and I think that point has been made. At sometimes we may have more officers available and in office.
But, I mean, every time we've asked it, I haven't seen it go up yet, but okay, I probably missed something. Thank you.
Commissioner Ship?
Yeah, I have a question and then I'll make a motion as well. First, my question, has there been a long-term plan communicated to any of you in the field services, especially like knowing that some of your staff have been pulled in and people are getting violated? Has there been a long-term plan communicated?
So I would say that the department is just continuing to implement the depopulation plan.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we can look at the data trends for violations for adult and juvenile services, comparing 2025 to 2023, and trying to see how violations have went up since this redeployment or just anything that has changed in the department.
Do we have a second?
Second. Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Terry? Seconds? Any discussion points?
Can you say it again?
Say it again.
Yeah, so the motion is to give us the data trends for violations in juvenile and adult services, and from all the way from 2023 and comparing 2025, so we can see the changes in violations based on like redeployments.
Okay. Good one.
I would ask Commissioner, if Commissioner Ship is open to it, that we also, what extent the data is available, look at the actual services that probation is providing for young people and adults on, in the field services divisions and offices to see the effectiveness of the department in providing rehabilitative services across the board, given these numbers.
Are you suggesting that they look at the referrals they're making or the actual service they provide?
Both. So what's the effectiveness of someone being on juvenile or adult probation at this point? What are they getting? What would it look like? I don't know.
Yeah,
Get a description, like, oh, here's what they get, so it's something more.
Can you talk?
Yeah, let me think.
No, I was telling Diane she could talk into the mic.
Oh,
That's an important.
talking to the mic.
I just imagine, like you all gave us a description of what services typically take place. So is there something more specific that you think that you're envisioning that would be beyond just a description? Like, are we looking at average number of referrals given? Are we looking at, the types of checks that took place? I don't know.
so once you get the list, you're asking the department to pull every single file manually and create some kind of checkbox because it's not going to be done automatically. So
No, I don't want that. But I'll think about it. My general point, and I can withdraw, but I think my general point is a nexus between someone being on probation and how their life is being enhanced by that's the intention, right, is to provide rehabilitative services, and how that's happening with this number of, this caseload. It's not just violations, right? We want people to be getting the treatment that they need. So again, I'll think about it. I don't have the magic descriptor right now, but my general point is, what's the effectiveness?
Does the department have a matrix that shows X number of services being provided to X number of? Does the department have a matrix that shows X number of clients and X number of services being provided would be one. The second thing is the staffing ratio at the same time period, but I'm just thinking if there's any kind of matrix for those. That's a blank stare, so apparently not.
You're asking if we have data that shows the number of clients, services in a comparison chart for one year to another?
Right.
No, we do not have that data available.
Commissioner Canales?
I know with some organizations, they get their referrals from probation because my husband works at St. John's, for instance, and they get warm handoffs of all the services they provide. It's from probation. And then Wendy and I have also been at presentations where young people are going on and on about all the services that probation assisted with in helping them. So I think that it would literally have to be an individual type, case by case data collection type.
Could I make a suggestion, Commissioner Harris, that it's young people and old people that we've heard talk about it? Perhaps it would be better in the format of a presentation, including people who have been on probation. That doesn't give you the sense of what's happening right now. But there certainly are we have some good community agencies where we could talk to folks about that, and then maybe some defense counsel or other people who could talk about what the experience is like now from that perspective. Does that not sound like a good idea?
I think it's a good idea. It just ends up being anecdotal. So I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't know, in places that I've worked, right? Like if you make a referral, there's like a way to capture that, that data, like referral made for DV, referral made for housing, just to create accountability and to track. So I'm just curious, does that not exist within probation's system?
To piggyback on Mr. Kakani, there, in normal times, before we went into crisis mode, each officer used to collect data. You had your little Excel sheet, how many kids you referred, how many actually completed. Does that still exist?
Individual.
Yeah.
Individual caseload data?
Yeah.
Yes, but we don't have it in an automated way where we can provide it for the entire department or juvenile services.
That would give kind of an idea of the referral, the completion and all that. So that's one form, right?
Keep proceeding, Commissioner.
So, but are we withdrawing? Oh, okay. And
Okay, are we ready to go to public comment in general?
yes.
Okay, so we will be taking public comment on item number 5, as well as on the motion made by Commissioner Shipp and seconded by Commissioner Terry, asking for data on the data trends for violations in adult and juvenile field services, comparing 2023 numbers to 2025 numbers. So we can begin with public comment. Go ahead, Kevin.
Clarification. So you are saying this public comment is motion and the item, and I have total of 2 minutes. Is that what you mean by that?
The item, as you'll see it on the agenda, says discuss and take possible action on. So yes, we are taking public comment on this one agenda item, which includes the action that the commissioners have chosen to take. So you get 2 minutes on this item.
Okay, all right. So yes, thank you very much. So after looking at that data, I really don't know that how does our chair go to sleep tonight, because that data is really giving me a hard time to go to sleep tonight. Yeah, what I mean, specifically for me, I don't know about you. Yes, I heard that our chair is a former probation officer. That means your brothers and your sisters rely on you. And then when you look at those officers are having so much caseload that they are not able to handle, and then you have hundreds of brothers and sisters staying at home, they are not allowed to go back to work. If there's anyone that all of the probation officers can rely on this board, it's their former brother, former sister. That is our chair Mondo, because their brother, their sister, former brother must make sure taking care of their problems. That's why the probation officers have a huge trust, rely on our chair. How do we get them back to work? But after I have been here probably 7 or 8 times, I heard numerous public comment by numerous probation officers. They were begging you. They were begging you over and over again. They were begging you 24/7. How can they go back to work? And our chair Mondo does not seem to care much. The other gentleman mentioned about overtime. I think that is a good way in certain extents, but I also inform our chair Mondo that understand something fatigue. Everybody understand that just 2 months ago, Los Angeles County Sheriff Department double shift deputy sheriff, 16-hour double shift overtime mandatory when they drive home back to home and then crash on the freeway. 16-hour fatigue double shift overtime. That is costing the lives of the officers if you're giving them too much overtime. So try to get your brother, sister, probation officer back to work. That's #1 solution.
Thank you. That was a terrible tragedy.
Man speaks truth right there, though. These numbers are very disturbing. I don't know, is my eyes tripping? But is that one office that's one officer to 1,021? Is that the ratio? 1 to 1,021.
Can I answer to that?
Real quick, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's more, there should have been an asterisk there, and I apologize for that. That should have been about 1,100, because 900 of those are mental health, and they're housed at the Rock. Excuse me, not at the Rock, at the MLK office, where those numbers are coming from. So you have 3 supervisors and not deputies watching those mental health people. So it's actually, that number would be about 500 to 1, which is still high.
Yeah.
Not 1,000 to 1.
Okay. Still way too high for what we have. The only thing worse than these numbers is our hiring numbers. Put our hiring up there, it'd be 1,000 people apply, 88 got hired. That's the only thing worse than these numbers. And I'm gonna say, Commissioner, you guys went a little light on them. I know it ain't their fault, they just came, but you guys went a little light. I thought they was about to get ripped apart with these numbers. These are horrible numbers. We got to get people back in these offices. Only way we're going to do it, and I know you guys don't want to expand the footprint of probation, whatever that means, we have to hire people. 1,000 people applied for this job. We hired 88, and we got numbers like this. Doesn't make sense. We got to put pressure on this department to hire people. Only way we could do it is through your voices to the Board of Supervisors. We got a CEO or whatever her name is who doesn't want to hire people. We got to put pressure on our Board of Supervisors to hire. We can't have these numbers. And I'm not going to come up here and just start pointing fingers at them, because at the end of the day, we need people. Board of Supervisors' job is to make sure we are staffed. They're not doing that. You guys are the voice that speaks to the Board of Supervisors. Tell them we need the people to put our field officers back in their offices where they belong, so that these adults can get their support that they need too. I know you guys mostly deal with juveniles, but these adults, these grown folks need their people too. They need their services too. And we need people to do that. So please put pressure on your Board of Supervisors, the ones that care. I know 2 of them don't, to get us hired.
Hi, my name is Ruby with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here because the staffing and caseload numbers we're looking at today show a system that is stretched beyond its limits, and the consequences fall on the youth and families and entire communities. Starting with juvenile services, across all offices, there are 193 DPOs assigned, but only 48 are actually in the office doing field supervision. That means 75% of officers who are supposed to be in the community are gone, deployed, reassigned, or out of the field. And those 48 officers are responsible for 2,222 youth, averaging 46 cases per officer. And there are only 8 supervisors for the entire juvenile field operation. These numbers make one thing clear: we don't have a functioning field supervision system for youth people right now. And specialized units are in the same crisis. For SYTF, there are 19 DPOs assigned, but only 6 in office, carrying 135 cases. That's 23 SYTF cases per officer. The highest need youth in the system being supervised by a tiny staff. And in adult field services, the situation is even more alarming. There are 177 DPOs assigned, but only 59 in office, responsible for 17,556 cases. That's an average DPO to case ratio of 298-1. No one can effectively supervise 300, let alone 500, in terms of what you just said about MLK. AB 109 shows the same strain, 47 in-office officers supervising 4,533 post-release cases. We can't call this supervision, and this doesn't help rehabilitation. I think this is crisis management, and it's unsafe for the community and unfair to the staff. So I'm asking today to have a strong action be taken, demand that probation ends excessive redeployment of field DPOs so that field supervision can be restored, require a staffing stabilization plan for both juvenile and adult field services with clear benchmarks, protect specialized units from redeployment, and set realistic safe caseload standards that prevent 200 to 500 ratios.
Thank you, Ruby. Go ahead, Dominique.
Good afternoon, Dominique Porter. I just wanted to give a little more insight, some more input on how I feel about this. I've been on probation 4 times, 3 times in different counties, once in LA. And out of those times, I can only say I've only had probation check in with me probably once or twice. Currently on probation now, don't know who my probation officer is. And I say that because when probation officer are out of the office or you can't reach them for whatever reason, it makes it hard to obtain the resources that we need. A lot of people get out after serving time and they do want to change their life for the most part. They want to get together and do good things, but they might not know how or who to ask for help. And the number system up there is just absurd. Honestly, LA County, we have a lot of resources out here as far as social workers and stuff like that. I don't know if possibly getting them involved with some of the caseloads to talk, discuss their goals and ambitions, so that way they don't turn back to the life that they used to. You know, a lot of these times, you know, people get caught in these situations and they keep going back, violation after violation after violation, you know, and the biggest thing is for victims and families, right? But at the point, if I keep getting violated, my mom gotta watch me get them handcuffs slapped on me every time for something that's out of my control. She becomes a victim. So that's just how I feel about it. And I feel that there's a lot more that we can do as far as the probation services, you know, as far as utilizing the social workers, utilizing outside resources, even the anti-recidivism coalition. If probation can't sit there and grasp a hold on their caseload, there's other resources out here that will help and get them on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you for putting a real face on that, Dominique. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Once again, Andrew Mondojano with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Besides being a public policy advocate, I was the residential manager of the upbringing of Los Angeles Room and Board. I also ran transitional housing for foster youth with a different organization, and I'm currently with Jail Guitar Doors, and I'm the residential manager there. And it sucks to see how probation is assigned to our youth. Being a whole house with only one probation, and when he isn't available, there isn't anyone else to step up. Certain incidents might occur where we are trying to reach out to the youth's probation officer and have no contact, no help. Being someone who was on probation at the age of 10, and seeing how that has dramatically changed. I remember my probation officer being able to support, being able to tell my mother, like, oh, if no one has a ride, then I'll be able to take him to a substance abuse class. And then seeing how consuming it drains everybody, all the residential staff, when we can't contact probation for an incident that occurred. I feel like all they want to do is just violate these youth, send them back. And if it isn't for us to say, hey, no, that's just a little incident, this youth needs help, we want to help him, we love him, we care about him, we want to keep him, here's a plan. We'll follow this plan to get him the resources he needs. If it wasn't for that, then I think probation would just violate them and send them back. But seeing how one probation officer has so many caseloads determines how they're going to help them along their reentry. It isn't just on us, it's also on them. Thank you.
For that, go ahead, Charles.
Thank you. My name is Charles Walden. I'm here in support of AORC. My two issues here are supervision and records. I can tell you how many bales of cotton were sold in New York 200 years ago. America keeps great records because it's economic. It's recorded. We're talking about human life. We're talking about something greater than economics. And they have no easily available records. To me, that implies something just ain't right. That's all it is. I don't mean anything personal to any of the individuals. I'm talking about the system. There must be a system in place for records so that we know what's going on. Supervision. I watched a thing on 60 Minutes about juvenile animals and how they were going crazy when the poachers would kill off the parents and they got no supervision. Supervision is important. One person just for 50. Try that in a daycare center and see how long you remain open. Be blessed and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's all for our in-person comments. We'll go to online comments. We have call-in user number 8. Your number starts with 818. You can unmute yourself by dialing *6. I think we can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. Hi, this is Taliba, and I've called in before. We've been going through this thing with Field, and the POC is quite aware of what's going on. And it starts off with our top managers. I appreciate Mr. Nieto coming in because he is very transparent about what's going on, and it makes me appreciate him even more that he's not trying to hide behind anything. But the problem is you have all of these DPOs who are being deployed to the juvenile halls, and even as we get some hired in, they keep those DPOs in the halls. They've moved some of the Page camp staff over there, and they're still keeping field DPOs in the halls, and they're needed here. I'm in an office where I see two people. We're like the third largest office, the East San Fernando Valley, and I'm looking on here as about 1,800 people we supervise. But right now we have 5, and next week we're going to have 2. This is unacceptable, and I don't know how anyone can manage and say that this is okay. This is not okay for the adult level supervision nor the juvenile. So at some point, this needs to be addressed, and I've asked you all on the POC to come out to the offices to actually see what's going on. And I think you'll be blown away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's the end of online public comment? Yes. Okay.
Commissioner Meredith.
First of all, I'm going to defend my chair here. He is a retired probation officer, and on the commission, we all rotate different positions here at times. He doesn't run the department. He's not responsible for what's going on. We can only give guidance and direction to the chief. And so having said that, it's not really fair to attack him. Secondly, it was talked about that, we need to get people on board, actually coming from a union rep. Part of it, I would say the union rep should be out helping recruit for us. We have active recruiting going on, but there may be 1,000 people that apply and 88 get hired. There's a variety of reasons. There's a mental health test, physical agility test, background investigations, educational requirements. And I do know the department is looking at trying to do some reclassifications. The bottom line is we don't have the staff. We would love to have the staff because we would love to have supervision of everybody possible. So if you have some solutions out there to get people back to work or know people that want to come to work for us, refer them to us. I'm done.
Commissioner Kakani.
I don't think Mr. Bell is still here, but just for the public who's listening, it is a false narrative that there is a restriction on hiring probation officers. There is no hiring freeze. There are millions of dollars allocated to vacant positions. There are dollars allocated to a consultant who is supporting with the communications and a hiring strategy. There was an emergency proclamation that was entered into by the Board of Supervisors last December, giving the chief of probation expedited authority to circumvent certain hiring processes that delayed hiring. So this isn't about This isn't about the commission, this isn't about the board, this really isn't about anything except that, folks maybe aren't necessarily interested in doing this job. And so we have to be a little more creative and figure out better ways to support people.
Commissioner Terry?
Could you clarify there, Mr. Nieto, there was a point you made about the mental health facility, and I think a few of us had questions about what that was. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, at the MLK office, the Martin Luther King office, there are approximately 900 cases out of those 2,042 that are in mental health court. That means the clients have it's been determined by the court that the clients have some mental health conditions. And they are being presently supervised by 3 supervisors. So it's a 300-to-1 ratio.
Do they get specialized services? Like, are their cases handled differently than others?
They deal more, they make sure they get the proper counseling and referred for counseling to the proper psychologist, psychiatrist. They discuss their cases a little more thoroughly. That's what I can say for now.
Okay, good time to vote.
Yes. Okay, so please vote yes, no, or abstain on the motion in front of you by Commissioner Shipp, seconded by Commissioner Terry, which is to request information about data trends for violations in adult and juvenile field services comparing 2023 and 2025. Commissioner Canales? Yes. Commissioner Harris? Yes. Commissioner Kokani? Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shipp? Yes. Commissioner Terry? And Commissioner Mundo.
Abstain.
Okay, and so the vote is 5-0 with 1 abstention and 2 members absent.
Motion passes?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we're done with this item now.
Yes.
Thank you, panelists. Great info. Okay, with that, we go to item number 6. We will discuss and take possible action on a number of administrative items related to the POC. Executive Director Wendy Julian will facilitate discussion on these items, and then the commission will be asked to vote on 5 items, all of which are attached to the agenda and included in the attached POC motion. Wendy, go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to acknowledge that there are a lot of items on this agenda item. We constructed it sort of like a consent item in that there are items that need to be voted on by the commissioners that we have had lots of discussion in the past and will have discussion in the future about, and then also just some things we have to do. So in that sense, we will just go through the list. I will say attached to this agenda item are a number of supporting documents that the department has provided that are some of the monthly reports I mentioned before, the contraband report. Those are all attached to the agenda, OC spray, that kind of thing. So let's start with officer nominations. So according to the POC bylaws, we elect officers for the positions of chair, vice chair, and secretary at our annual meeting in January. Today, we will accept nominations for each officer position. We've included a link to the description of each leadership role on today's agenda. The chair position is limited in our bylaws to 2 consecutive years. Chair Mundo is about to finish his 2nd consecutive year in January, so he is not eligible for re-election as chair for another year. The floor is now open for your nominations for the positions of chair, vice chair, and secretary of the POC for the 2026 calendar year. Commissioners, please share your nominations and note that you may nominate yourself and you may nominate people for more than 1 leadership position if you choose.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Dolores Canales for chair.
Commissioner Meredith?
Procaris for chair. No.
Commissioner Canales?
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Diane Terry for vice chair.
Any other nominations? I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ship for secretary. Now, I think that the nominee has to accept.
Yes,
the
that was what
nomination.
I was going to do next. Okay, Commissioner Canales, do you accept the nomination for chair?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Harris, do you accept the nomination for chair? Commissioner Terry, do you accept the nomination for vice chair? Yes. And Commissioner Ship, do you accept the nomination for secretary? Yes. Are there any other nominations?
There are not.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but that was funny. Are there any other nominations? Okay, thank you very much. As you will see attached to the agenda, there's a motion that includes all of these items to be voted on together. So we'll take public comment on all of the items on this list, which is why I'm going to move forward right now.
Okay, can I ask a question
Yes.
about the nomination? Since it's uncontested, is it really necessary to go to January?
Yes, because it is necessary because the bylaws say we have to elect the commissioners in January. So you're stuck as the chair for one more month. Sorry.
Good thing I have some county sick time.
Speaking of things that do not belong on a consent agenda and there is not enough time to speak about, we have concluded our 2025 annual inspection cycle of all of probation's detention facilities. Attached to the agenda today are 3 new reports. The other reports have all been already voted on and shared. Those 3 new reports are for Camp Afflerbach, Camp Rocky, and Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. The reports are thorough, based on intensive work by the commissioners who conducted the inspections and the staff of the POC. They bring up highlights and concerns. The findings have been shared in detail with the probation department, both immediately following the inspections and also the draft of the reports was shared with the department. It varies, but a week to 3 weeks of time, giving them an opportunity to respond. We made some corrections to the reports, some things like typos and other things like information that was, there would be data points that were shared that didn't add up and the department corrected them. So those have all been corrected in the draft that you have. We sincerely appreciate that back and forth with the department. And then in another very big step forward, the department has actually responded officially to each of the inspections. That those responses are attached in the form of a memo to the agenda today and will be submitted and published on our website with the inspections. I will say that the responses vary from things that I think are very honest and forthright about places where the inspectors noted things that need to be fixed and the department is fixing them. There are also places where the department expresses a difference of opinion with the commission or provides facts about data. For example, there's a section in the response to the report to Los Padrinos about use of force incidents and the rates. That's not a part of our inspection, but the response does bring up some facts that are interesting. This back and forth is exactly how oversight should operate, and I'm really pleased at how that's gone. I will say it wasn't without hiccups, as everything that's changing will be, and I really hope that as we go forward, the department will see the responses to these inspections and the written inspections as opportunities for improvement rather than an attack. And something that needs to be responded to. That is not the way that the approach was this year. It's been significantly improved, and I see a great potential for the future about how we move through this process. And I think that what needs to happen is a buildup of trust between the department and the POC about the value and accuracy of the information that the POC has consistently been providing, and the department's willingness to respond to that as accurate and valuable information. So please read those inspections. We will not be discussing their findings today, but we will have a town hall on January 15th. That's a mostly secure date. It'll be virtual, and very much looking forward to going into those details in a virtual meeting at noon on January 15th. We will need to vote to approve those 3. Let me also just say, please read the inspections for Camp Afflerbach and Camp Rocky. They are very strong and show a significant commitment to youth rehabilitation. And a lot of times these camps get ignored, mostly because there are few problems that occur at those camps. And I think that you will see in the responses, there is a significant trend toward the leaders there being willing to take proactive steps to improve the youth rehabilitation model at their facilities. So I encourage everybody to read all of those inspections, including, of course, Los Padrinos. The 2024-2025 annual report for the Probation Oversight Commission is something we're required to do by the board. And I'm very proud of how the report looks and reads. Thank you very much to our communications team for guiding the development of such a beautiful document. And more importantly, I'm really proud of what it says and how much it says about what the commissioners have done, what the meetings have brought, the kind of level of transparency that happens. And in particular, I would like to take this opportunity to specifically thank the staff of the POC. And I'm going to say your names, and I'm not going to let you hide back there. But we have, starting from the back, Janae, Sarah, Belinda, Jennifer, Tyler, Analicia, Donisha, and Ismael. These folks are so profoundly dedicated to this work, and it really shines and shows in the quality of their work, in the reports that come out, in the way that these meetings are handled, and I'm very proud and thankful to work with them. And certainly, when people ask me whether I love my job, my answer is because of this commission and the commissioners who are appointed. The opportunities and things that I've learned from you are exceptional, and I really appreciate it, and I think it does actually get reflected in this annual report, which makes me happy about it. So I will ask you to also approve that. It's best practices with the Brown Act to wrap up ad hoc subcommittees around a year or so. Our education ad hoc committee has existed for a little more than a year. And so it is my recommendation, especially since you did such a good job of coming forth with a proposal that got supported by the board, with the post-secondary education proposal to wrap up the education ad hoc subcommittee. That doesn't mean you should stop. In fact, I think Commissioner Mundo may want to make some statements about how we could go forward in supporting both the probation department and LACO and the board, maybe most particularly, in developing a plan for improving post-secondary education. But I think the work of the subcommittee is done. And you certainly could start another subcommittee about education if and whenever you wanted. And then there has been a recommendation to create a new ad hoc subcommittee, which will be called, just for reasons of simplicity, the Budget Ad Hoc Subcommittee, although specifically, I want to read this so I make sure. Specifically, the committee will convene to learn more about the consultant contracts that were provided to the POC via a motion at the October 2025 meeting, and address budget issues that relate to the spending of Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, that's JJCPA, and Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant, JJRBG dollars. That's it. Is it? Is it it? I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. So since she suggested I make some comments about the ad hoc, it's a live and learn process. Being a chair of a commission and then being the chair of an ad hoc, never having that experience is quite humbling. But I think that there were some good things and some mistakes made on my part, but I'm very appreciative of the colleagues that joined me on it, Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Prater. And I always felt that Commissioner Terry was on it because she was always really involved and had great input and questions when we would have our own communication. So moving forward, I think just keeping an eye on the movement towards looking at the plan for reimagining the education needs of the youth in our custody is important, and that if you're willing and have the time to volunteer any of your insights with LACO, that's always appreciated. So But again, thank you, fellow commissioners and the probation administrators and staff and the providers that participated in our discussions. That was really helpful to get a better picture of the whole process. So, but thank you. So before we move on this agenda, I move that we accept the attached POC motions as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ship, readily on the second. And I guess we can open it for our discussion or public comment again.
Commissioners have any comments?
Any comments, commissioners? Okay.
So we will take public comment in person and online about the POC motion as presented on the agenda and the list of executive director reports. Go ahead, Kevin.
All right, good morning. For the nomination of the new commissioners, I do have several feedback. And then Commissioner Meredith, I have my feedback, not attack. So feedback is that I wish in the new commissioners that I wish that we can try to learn a little bit from the LA. So I'm not saying every week, I'm not saying every month, but let's just say twice a year, I wish our new chair is trying to make some effort. Let's to have more community engagement, just like exactly what the LAPD commissioner did. So I'm seeing they are making an effort to, hey, you know, you are busy on your work day, how about Saturday? How about Sunday? You are busy in the morning, how about afternoon? So once or twice a year, you know, they can make it happen. I think that is also a good one. Second of all is that another issue is about the chair, no issue, feedback, no issue. Another issue is about another feedback about the chair is sometimes we have so many agenda items, we have so many items to talk about, but we have a time limit of our board meeting. But in many other chairs, for example, the board of supervisor, I go there at 10 a.m., I finish at 7 p.m. There's no time limits because, you know, you should not rush every single item, but you need to take whatever time you need it to finish the discussion. No attack, feedback.
Thank you, Kevin. I don't see any other public comments, none online. So with that, we can go to item number 7.
Motion. Commissioners, do you have any questions or further comments?
Oh, we have to, yeah, that's right. We have to vote.
Yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are voting on the POC motion as attached to the agenda, which is approving the annual report, wrapping up the ad hoc post-secondary education committee, creating a budget ad hoc committee, and approving the Los Padrinos, Juvenile Hall, Camp Athalaba, and Camp Rocky inspections. Did I list everything there? Okay.
Yes.
It was a motion made by Commissioner Mundo and seconded by Commissioner Ship. Are you ready? Yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales? Yes. Commissioner Harris? Yes. Commissioner Kakani? Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Mundo?
Yes.
Okay, so with a vote of 6-0.
And I vote yes.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I need to thank you very much. So it's actually 7-0 with 2 commissioners being absent. Thank you.
Okay, with 6 minutes to go, we have item number 7, during which we will discuss and take possible action on the 180-day report back from Los Angeles County Probation Department on implementation of Directives 3, 4, and 5 of the June 17, 2025 Board Motion to Care with Pride, Straightening the Safety Net of LGBTQ+ residents and system-involved youth. Probation Director Lisa Campbell-Malton is here to update us.
And thank you so much for staying for so long. I really appreciate it.
I'm sure you've been entertained.
So hi, I'm Lisa Campbell Moten, but I'm really here just in support of Joanne. She's the expert on this, and I'm here to support her as she shares. And if there's any questions, her and I can field them together.
Good afternoon. Again, Joanne Parra, Probation Director, and I have been designated as the lead for our department with the Care with Pride motion that was passed in this year, early in June. And we began our initial meetings in July, and this was actually delegated to me in August. So we began our first meetings with the Gender Health Coalition in September. And every month we've been having, we have our regular meetings. We have created, as a result of those meetings and probation onboarding, we have created 2 subcommittees out of that. And one is a case coordination team, and the second is a policy team. So our case coordination team is, we essentially have, it includes Department of Health Services and DCFS, probation, and the ACT Clinic. And the reason we created that team is because we wanted to follow our youth in juvenile hall and ensure that the coordination process to healthcare and gender affirming care was, they were connected and linked. So we had feedback about what the disconnects were. So we created a couple of pilot cases. So at the request of DHS, they asked if we can follow a few cases, and we did. And so with those pilot cases, we coordinated with JCHS at Los Padrinos. They set the appointment. We ensured that we communicated about the case to make sure that we gave them a timeline about what we expect, how long we expected the kid to be in juvenile hall, so that we can ensure that that connection was made. So what we did was we followed the kid until they made it to that first appointment. We coordinated services. We made sure they made it to that appointment, and we connected them with services. So in following these cases, because we know things are fluid and things move a lot in juvenile hall, what was happening with DHS is they said that by the time they had the appointment made, the kid was released already. So when we get a case and we had a pilot case, what we do is I look at what they're in juvenile hall for and what the recommendation is. So I give the Department of Health Services a timeline that we're working with. So what they were able to do is expedite their appointments. So they expedited the appointments for, anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks, as opposed to initially it was up to 12 weeks, 10 to 12 weeks to get an appointment scheduled. So when kids were released, that's where we saw the disconnect. And so because we were following the case, I was able to notify the Department of Health Services that this kid has been released. So we need to coordinate and make sure that if they're at home, if they're in placement, that they understand that there's a standing appointment. And we ensured that we created that communication with that new caregiver to make sure that the kid was connected and made it to their appointment. And those 2 cases were successful. So in the services that we have, DCFS has been a great resource for us in onboarding with the Gender Health Coalition, because we both service the same population. So DCFS has been very instrumental in helping onboard probation with services. And we already connect youth to services with our LGBTQ population with services. But in this specifically, we were making sure that gender affirming care was coordinated. So we do have resources that we have available that we already contract with. And this includes overlapping services with human trafficking, as mentioned in the board directive, medical services, mentorship, educational and employment support. As far as training, one of the board directives asked about training, and we do have training that's already being implemented with our staff training office. All of our deputies, and I'm sure you are probably aware, are mandated to go to a 40-hour block week training. And in that block week training, they do offer gender responsive training, trauma-informed care for juvenile justice professionals, and equity and justice. So every By the end of 2000, our fiscal year 2025-26, all of our deputies will have been trained in this class. And as far as data is concerned, data is we're working on the data tracking. We just implemented something in our system, in our juvenile system, to actually track gender identity and gender orientation. So we are in the early stages of collecting data and coordinating that. DHS and DCFS already have a workflow chart that they use to coordinate services. So we're in the process of implementing a workflow chart for probation as well. And when I say data can be a little bit challenging, when we ask about gender orientation, it's really about how the child will disclose to us. So we can only go by the information that the child is willing to disclose or feels comfortable disclosing. And that process starts in juvenile hall at the PREA screening interview. And then every kid in juvenile hall, because they get a medical evaluation, we're seeing a change in information and a change in disclosure. So the partnership that we have with JCHS in the juvenile hall and our medical professionals is very valuable, because they can link us back to those kids, and then we can start the coordination process.
Yes.
I just want to say two clarifying things. One is that a part of the reason that this report is on the agenda today is because it's a requirement from a board motion that the department report back to us about the progress on this. And also that I was very pleased to see who the department told us was coming to present today, because they're folks that we have worked with on these issues previously. And so while I'm very thankful that the board is requiring this kind of constant feedback loop, it is also something that I think the commission feels comfortable with, the commission staff feel comfortable with. If we have questions, that we can reach out to the staff who are in charge of this about receiving answers to those questions. So feel free to ask all the questions that you might have here, understanding that context. And if you want further information, we can certainly obtain it outside of this meeting, to be able to either put it back on a further agenda or just get you directly information about these topics, which are of obviously extreme importance.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, concerns, comments? Commissioner Harris?
I do have questions, particularly around the intake process and the level of training and the staffing. But I will take the path that our executive director suggested, and just maybe let staff reach out, and we can. I think we should, I think we should talk about this at a commission meeting sometime again soon. But I appreciate that you all are open and in great communication with staff. So I'll do that. But I do have questions. But it's 1:03.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Don't let the time. We have until 6 o'clock. Hey, written or live public comment?
No written public comment. Is there anybody who'd like to make live public comment, or any commenters online? Use the little raise your hand function. Okay, seeing none.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to agenda item number 8. Is for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place a future meeting agenda for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items you would like to place on a future agenda? Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I just want to point out, I did a surprise inspection out at Barry J a couple weekends ago, after there was some personnel change. But I did sit down and talk to some of the SYTF adults and youth about the programming or lack thereof. So on behalf of the 5th District and the rest of this county, I'm glad to see there were some leadership changes out there, but we got to make sure that we're dealing with the programming out there and getting it back online.
Thank you. Commissioner Terry, followed by Commissioner Canales.
Just wanted to share that myself and Wendy went out to Barry J for their, I think it was the Inner City Youth Orchestra of LA, and they had such an amazing event where the young men played. Their families were able to come and see them. Holly Mitchell was there, several, I believe a couple of judges were there, and it just was a wonderful event. There was food afterwards, and they all were in their suits, and I believe they could get to keep the suits. And so it just was a great event by the program, but also the probation officers at Barry J just did a great job welcoming everyone in. So wanted to share that. It was beautiful.
Commissioner Canales, followed by Commissioner Kakani.
Thank you. I just wanted to share, we're going to have, well, Director Villar is going to have a Christmas event, and Wendy put a call out for toys, and we have that back table filled. I think that's really exciting for the camp youth. And then Director Newble's also going to have a Christmas event at Barry J on December 18th that I'm looking forward to. And yeah, the holiday events. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner
Thank you to the directors that go the extra mile for the holidays.
I was just going to ask that a future agenda item be focused on following up on the visitation policy that the probation department, with the support of OICR, is working on, hopefully to be released at some point in January. And that we do have a follow-up related to the intake process, kind of what these numbers actually mean, and if there is kind of additional follow-up on the further development of the LA detention screener.
Thank you, Commissioner Ship.
Can I just comment quickly on the visitation? In addition to agreeing to about it being a future agenda item, Sarah and I have talked at length about the need for commissioners and staff to continue to observe visitation when possible. I think that trust and verify model is a very good one for this commission, and that parents have definitely reiterated that the days that we are out there doing observation and visitation make a difference. So we've talked about how we can figure out some kind of a schedule to get folks to come out and do an observation and visitation, maybe even just once a year. There are a lot of us, so that could have a big impact.
Commissioner Ship.
For a future agenda item, can we do a long-term vision type of agenda item where the chief just gives us where he wants to go in maybe 3 years or 5 years, and not like a global plan or a redeployment plan, but a real long-term vision that not just us, but the staff can look at as well?
Sounds like you're going to be busy, Commissioner Canales. Anybody else? Well, I'd like to thank Commissioner Canales and Commissioner Terry for helping with the wonderful food out there for everybody and the decorations, and wish everybody here a happy holiday season. So with that, do we have?
General public.
Do we? For this one? All right. Facility general public.
Yes, so this is public comment for items not on the agenda. So we will start with Kevin, and if you want to make public comment on items not on the agenda online, you can raise your hand using the raise your hand function or dial *3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to continue on my comments on the earlier item that I have been to City of Downey. They finish at 1 a.m. I've been to Santa Monica 2 times. They finish at 1 a.m. So sometimes, I heard that Commissioner Canales, or maybe another Commissioner Kakani, they can go in one item, they go back and forth with the chief for 30 minutes nonstop. Even though I will say that I do not agree with whatever they said, but like the Rio Hondo director said, we're gonna respect the people you disagree with. That's something I learned from the Rio Hondo director. And I'm gonna continue that kind of mindset. I disagree with them, but I support them to have enough time for them to ask every single question, details that they need to know in order to do their job. Therefore, I really wish that we can take a look at the other local city council, other local commission meeting, our board of supervisor meeting, that whenever they have a bigger item, some like right now, they are having a mask ICE agent item on the board of supervisor. That's a 3-hour discussion in one single item. So that's the importance of discussion. You know, maybe I disagree with all of you, but I will continue to encourage you and support you to ask those tough questions, because that's the only way for you to do your job correctly, properly. That's the only way you can make a real impact for the, why I don't have my timer. I have no idea how many minutes I have. So
15 seconds.
that's the, all right. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Go next to online commenters and start with Thomas.
Hello, sorry I had to leave. I'm thinking a agenda item that we could, since we talked about it a little bit, why don't we put an agenda item where we look into why people are not passing background or passing the investigation part of our application process? Because Mr. Murdoch, it was actually 8,000, not 1,000 people that applied. That's a lot of people that apply. And to say that, oh, all those people weren't qualified, let's look into why. You know, I never said there was a hold on the hiring process. There's not. There's not a hold on it, but I do believe that the board of supervisors or the CEO is holding it back. So if they're not doing that, let's look into why you could get 8,000 applications and only 88 are hired. And Mr. Murdoch, we did our part. We did, as a union, we did our part, sir. We did we had 2 events, hiring events, and we got people to sign up and go through the process. And what happened to them after that, I'm not sure, but I don't think they were part of the 88 that were hired. So we have been doing our part, and there are people who want to do this job. They're not getting into it, and I think the commission should look into why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry
We
Christmas.
have, thank you, Thomas. We have one final commenter, and it's call-in user number 12. Your number starts with 310. Dial star 6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks. This is Probation Officer Pettis, and as listening, this is actually on item number 5. We can't give these probation officer services if we're not in the offices. Right now in probation, you have what we call a forced unpaid leave. That's when an officer works 90 days, off 90 days, work 90 days, off 90 days. And these officers work half a year. I'm one of them, and where my salary's been cut in half. We can't serve the public if we're at home. And I'm saying by discontinuing forced unpaid leave, it would instantly increase morale and retention. There is no negative impact, and it would not reduce staffing in juvenile home. Solution I'm projecting is discontinue forced unpaid leave. Probationers can receive much needed services like mental health, housing, employment, medical, domestic violence, substance abuse, and under the housing category, just basic needs of food. The field officers need to be servicing their clients instead of being off for half a year. And we went through Deanna Carlisle, and she was saying that there's no county policy and there's no probation directive, and we're still asking, why are we even still off? It would be a win-win-win situation to bring these officers back, because I'm looking at the Adult Field Services Bureau numbers, and they're saying that, you know, for South Central, you have DPOs in Office 3 to handle almost 1,100 clients. That's just not a way to go, especially when you have officers at home that can do their job to serve the public and also to take care of the probationers. Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Hey, item number 10. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at lacountypoc. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov. to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:15. May I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? Commissioner Connie motions to adjourn. May I have a second? Commissioner Meredith? Please unmute yourselves and vote with the voice vote. Aye. Meeting adjourned.